that we need to determine where the needs truly are and whether the teachers' unions are on board with our goal to get children safely back into the classroom, which is our goal. I will not support a COVID-19 relief proposal that sends hard-earned taxpayer dollars to places where they already have billions that they haven't even spent yet. One great example is additional funding for schools. Our Democratic friends would provide $130 billion more dollars for K through 12 education when there's still $64 billion remaining from the money we appropriated in December. They want to spend $130 billion more when there's still $64 billion available to be spent. Well, even that's a high number because the CDC estimated, the Center for Disease Control estimated that schools only needed about $22 billion. In other words, they have almost 3 times more than they already need, according to the CDC. But our Democratic friends want to spend another $130 billion. I'll be the first person to advocate for additional relief when and where it's needed, but this massive relief package creates more problems than solutions. I continue to believe that targeted relief bills are the most effective way to support our country without driving up unnecessary spending. Somebody's going to have to pay this money back, and we shouldn't be frivolous about the way we spend it. If there's a need, let's do it. But if there's not a need, it's reckless and irresponsible to continue to shovel money out the door. If there's a need to reinvest in critical areas like unemployment benefits, reopening of schools, vaccine distribution, or the Paycheck Protection Program, we can and we should replenish those funds through targeted proposals. And I would hope, as before, we would be able to proceed on a bipartisan basis. While Senator Schumer is clearly on the warpath to get this massive relief through the Senate on a partisan vote, at least one of our Democratic colleagues has shown some hesitation about going along with this plan. Senator Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, said this week he wouldn't vote for a COVID-19 package that wasn't bipartisan. I hope he'll stick by his guns. Congress has passed 5 overwhelmingly bipartisan COVID-19 bills last year. We have overcome disagreements before, and I have no doubt we could if we were to try to do so again. This crisis has affected Americans in red states and blue states alike. It would be a shame for the Democratic leader to shut out half of this chamber in an effort to claim a reckless win for his party. We need to remember, just like the teachers that teach our students, they need to keep their focus on the children and on their education needs and their safety. And we need to keep our attention on our constituents and what their needs are and try to be responsive to their needs, not try to gain some partisan advantage at their expense. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I want to address the budget resolution we're going to vote on later today. And to be clear, this is a device that makes it possible subsequently to pass this massive blowout spending bill that President Biden has proposed, and to do it on a strictly party line vote. That's what this is all about. And it's disappointing at many, many levels, well, not the least of which is that just 15 days ago, President Biden made an impassioned call for unity. He said, and I quote, "This is an historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward." Well, there's nothing about unity in this exercise. This is designed to be a partisan exercise. It is designed not to find common ground. It appears not to be informed by any objective measure of needs. And the only organizing principle in this bill that I can figure out is the desire to spend a massive amount of money on things that aren't required. Oh, and it's worse than that. It willfully ignores the adverse impact some of these policies are going to have. And part of what's so maddening about this is we've demonstrated, up until now anyway, that we can pass major bipartisan legislation. We've done it 5 times already, but no more. President Biden and the Democrats who control the Senate and the House don't want to pursue bipartisan legislation anymore. I guess those days are behind us for now, according to them. But I would remind my colleagues of what a dramatic departure that is from what we've been doing about this COVID crisis. Back in March and April, when states shut down their economies and we went into a full-blown economic crisis, we responded with massive, bold legislation, the biggest of which, the March bill, had a huge category that was designed and in fact did replace lost income for people who through no fault of their own were out of work. It had a huge category to deal with healthcare expenses for hospitals, for vaccine development, for all kinds of PPP, all kinds of PPE, I should say, all kinds of healthcare related needs. And we had a set of provisions that were designed to provide liquidity, to provide loans and funding for businesses so that they could survive and people would have a place to go back to work after this was behind us. We did that. We did 5 bills altogether, every one of them overwhelmingly bipartisan. In the Senate, each of the 5 got over 90 votes. The biggest of them didn't have a single no vote. My point is, we've demonstrated we can pass big, bold, unprecedented legislation if people on both sides of the aisle want to work together. We did it 5 times last year. But our Democratic colleagues don't want to pursue that anymore because they have a different objective in mind. By the way, the last of the 5 is the second largest of all time, a COVID relief package of almost $1 trillion, and it was signed into law 39 days ago. And literally hundreds of billions of dollars of that money is still unspent, and yet we're told immediately we need yet another $1.9 trillion. This is unbelievable. And part of the reason it's so unbelievable is that the economy is not in the same place today that it was in back in March or April, not even close. We were in a situation we'd never been in before. We'd shut down our economy. It was absolutely devastating, very, very scary. And fortunately, in part because of our response, I think, we were able to avoid a depression, an extended disastrous period, and we have begun a robust recovery. Consider some of the data, right? In April of last year, the unemployment rate hit almost 15%. Today, it's at 6.7. Now, most economists didn't think we'd get below 7 until the end of this year, 2021. We got below 7 back in October. We have 18 states in the union that have unemployment rates below 5. After a devastating downdraft of our economy in the second quarter, the third quarter came roaring back. The third quarter, the economy grew by 33%. That was a long way towards recovering what we had lost in the second quarter, not complete. And the growth has continued. The fourth quarter grew by 4%. The CBO's economic outlook for this entire year is nearly 5%. We have a strong recovery that's underway. Now, look, we're not there yet. We're not back to the tremendously booming economy we had just before the pandemic hit. But we do know that the vast majority of the economic pain that people are going through, it's concentrated in a handful of very hard-hit industries. It's hospitality, travel, entertainment. We know that. So what we should be asking ourselves is, have we done what we need to do for these particular sectors and the people in these sectors who are hurting? But $1.9 trillion for the entire economy? I mean, think about this statistic. Total employee compensation in the second and third quarters of last year was down. Right? That's not surprising, right? Total employee compensation was down because so many people were out of work. It was down by about $215 billion. Government transfer payments to individuals was up by almost $900 billion. That's more than 4 times the lost income. And now we're told we need another whole round of these universal so-called stimulus checks, checks that go out to everyone regardless of whether you actually had any lost income. Well, it happens that personal income is actually higher today than it was before the pandemic hit. Disposable real per capita income rose last year at the fastest rate since 1984. Personal savings rate is at an all-time high for most of 2020, the highest since 1974 now. And that's all before the bill we passed 39 days ago that sends still more money to people. So I don't see the data that suggests we need yet another round of these universal stimulus checks. But in President Biden's bill that we're in the process of facilitating today, that is almost $500 billion we're going to spend this way. This money's not lying on the shelf, by the way. We're either going to print it or we're going to borrow it from overseas. And President Biden has pretty much admitted this is really about fulfilling a campaign promise. And the fact is, the vast majority of the 160 million Americans that have received checks already never had any lost income. They never lost their job. They never lost their check. What federal employee, for instance, of the many categories I could cite, what federal employee lost their paycheck because of the COVID crisis? I don't know of them. My staff continued to get paid throughout this entire period, but they all get checks. Think about this. If President Biden's plan passes, as our Democratic colleagues want to pass it, and the eligibility criteria for these checks follows the methodology from the previous 2 rounds of checks, then a family of 4 with household income of $150,000 will receive $5,600. That's on top of the $5,800 they got from the previous rounds. It's a total of $11,400 that we're going to mail out to a family that had 6-figure income and no income loss. How does this make any sense? Consider the expanded unemployment benefits. Now, I was all in favor of, and I remain in favor of expanding eligibility for unemployment benefits because we've got a lot of folks that work in the gig economy, they're self-employed, and they have not been able to, historically, to participate in the unemployment insurance program. I'm in favor of having made those folks eligible, but we've already done that. They're totally eligible. On top of eligibility, back in March when we passed the CARES Act, we added $600 a week to unemployment checks just to do it. Well, it turns out that 70%, according to the University of Chicago, their analysis, about 70% of everybody who was unemployed ended up getting paid more money not to work than they get paid to work. In what universe does that make sense? We've had unemployment insurance for decades. Never, anywhere, at any time, under any circumstances, have we designed the program so that we'd pay you more not to work than you make working. And the reason we've never done that is because it doesn't make any sense. Now, President Biden's plan is not for $600, but it's $400 of extra payments above and beyond what unemployment insurance pays. And if that happens, then over half of all the beneficiaries will be paid more not to work than they'd get paid if they actually worked. And that will only slow the economic recovery as well as not make any sense, not to mention the invitation of fraud. By the way, it's estimated that there have been $10 billion in fraudulent unemployment insurance payments in California alone. Speaking of California, state and local governments. Now, this is rich. In this $1.9 trillion spending bonanza, there's $350 billion to go to state and local governments. Now, we know many of our Democratic colleagues have wanted to bail out these fiscally irresponsible and insolvent states and municipalities for a long time. But here's what's unbelievable. We're told there's a fiscal crisis here. Just look at the numbers. The total of state and local tax collections in 2020 were up by $21 billion over 2019. Let me be clear about this. In 2019, the amount of revenue collected by state and local governments hit an all-time record high, 2019. In 2020, they broke the record. All-time record amount of revenue collected. This, by the way, does not include the $572 billion that the federal government sent to these state and local governments through the 5 bills that we've already passed. So they've got all-time record revenue on their own. We sent them $572 billion more. And now we're told we've got to send them yet another $350 billion. Look, let's not kid ourselves. This is just a complete bailout of insolvent and irresponsible states. That's what this is. This hasn't got anything to do with a pandemic. Minimum wage, that's in this bill as well, the president's proposal. Another terrible idea, $15 an hour minimum wage. What this is guaranteed to do is destroy the jobs of lower income people. And guess what? A disproportionate number of them work in the hardest hit industries, like hotels and restaurants. This isn't just my speculation. The Congressional Budget Office projects that if we have a $15 mandatory minimum wage nationally, which is what the president's proposal would do, we'd lose at least 1.3 million jobs, maybe as high as 3.7 million jobs. And of course, this will disproportionately affect young people just entering the workforce. That's the biggest category of people who are paid at the low end of the pay scale. And so we'll just take away the ladder that these folks need to step onto in order to build the ability to provide for themselves and their families. We've got a moratorium on evictions from the CDC, which gets extended. This is unbelievable. First of all, it's absurd to think that the CDC has the authority to impose this universally throughout America. That they just don't. It's also a terrible precedent to say that despite the fact that our unemployment rate is below 7% and we have more than replaced lost income, people don't have to pay their rent. And let's be honest about the consequence. There's only one consequence that's going to happen as a result of this, and that is we're going to have less affordable housing and higher rents, because a landlord is going to have to think long and hard about how long he's going to go without being able to collect rents in the future. And so he's either going to get out of the business, in which case there's less affordable housing being built, or he's going to raise the rents to cover that period when the government pursues this senseless policy. Now, health provisions is an area that is in a category unto itself here. And specifically, I think every single person in this body would agree that it's absolutely essential that we get as many vaccines into as many arms as quickly as we possibly can. That's certainly my view. I mean, that for the sake of eliminating human suffering, to prevent unnecessary deaths, and on a much lower level of importance, but also to help restore the vibrancy of our economy, that's what we got to do. We've got to put as many vaccines into as many arms as quickly as we can. Well, today, there's around 260 million Americans are eligible to receive COVID-19 vaccines. We've got an average of about 1.3 million doses actually being administered every day. It's the highest daily rate of doses being administered anywhere in the world. And I'm trying to understand what more government spending now is going to do about that. With federal government, we already purchased 600 million doses, which is enough to vaccinate 300 million Americans. And we've got multiple vaccine candidates. Some have already been approved. Some are about to be approved. We've already paid for them. And we've also paid for all the other related costs of administering the vaccine. We paid for the R&D in the first place. We bought the production, as I say, 600 million doses. The federal government pays the transportation to deliver the vaccine to the site at which it's going to be administered. The federal government has paid for all the accompanying supplies, the syringes, the vials, the stoppers, the dry ice to keep it cold, all of that. Insurance, Medicare covers the cost of putting the vaccine into somebody's arm. We've even allocated money to fund the planning of the execution of this plan. It's pretty clear to me that in talking to Pennsylvania healthcare folks who are on the front lines delivering this and actually vaccinating people, that the limiting factor now is production of the vaccine. And we're going all out. I mean, you could take General Motors and get them to produce ventilators. General Motors can manufacture ventilators pretty quickly. They can do that. You can't get General Motors to produce vaccines, not in anything like the time frame we would like. So I'm all ears. If someone can show me how we can spend money that will actually result in getting more people vaccinated more quickly, then I'm for it. I just haven't heard that explanation yet. And I haven't seen how it gets allocated in this bill to accomplish that. So, Mr. President, President Biden had a commendable call to unity in his early addresses to the nation, but this exercise we're going through today is suggesting that kind of rings hollow. Just a few weeks into office, and the president and our Democratic colleagues seem to be abandoning what had consistently been overwhelmingly bipartisan, successful, major responses to this COVID crisis. And now it seems that they are on a one-party partisan track to pass a bunch of their liberal wish list items, much of which has nothing to do with the circumstances we face. The fact is, what we ought to be working on is maximizing the speed of vaccinations and ensuring that we return our economy, allow people to get back to work so that we can have the prosperity that we had before this pandemic struck. What we shouldn't be doing is using the pandemic as the excuse to pass a long-standing partisan policy wish list. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support this veterans COVID-19 relief package to do right by the millions of veterans across our country struggling with this pandemic. For months, I have been hearing from folks back home in Montana on the need for Congress to put together a smart, targeted package that will quickly provide communities across the country with the resources they need to weather this storm. This includes delivering assistance and vaccines to those who have worn the uniform and sacrificed for our liberties. If this year has taught us anything, it is that we need to secure additional resources to expand medical services, mental health care, and telehealth capabilities to protect and support our most vulnerable populations. And we need a distribution plan that'll provide more predictability when it comes to administering vaccines. That way, we can get more vaccines into the veterans' arms as quickly as possible. So today we're putting a bicameral proposal on the table that delivers tangible relief to veterans and their families and to all Americans who need it. As we all know, proposals are rarely ever perfect, and this package is no different. But the truth is, we have good provisions in this bill that allow us to provide serious relief to those who swore an oath to protect our country. It will slow the spread of the virus
and it will help save lives. The previous package that was put forth by my Republican colleagues, I would say thank you for doing that. But unfortunately, that package didn't put as much as a dime to support our veterans and families. Now, there are a lot of things we disagree upon in this body, but delivering for our nation's veterans should never be one of them. That's why my colleagues and I worked with the Biden administration on this new relief package that allocates $17 billion in critical resources and assistance to the men and women who have served this country. The truth is that out of almost 7 million veterans that the VA serves nationwide, only 638,000 veterans have been vaccinated so far. And serious efforts need to be made to reach more veterans, especially those veterans who live in rural and frontier areas. Additional funding under our proposal allows the VA to increase vaccine distribution and outreach efforts to remote areas, including all veterans who want a vaccine can receive one. It even goes a step further in accelerating the deployment of VA's supply chain modernization initiative to improve the department's preparedness in response to public health emergencies. And it takes an aggressive approach in assisting vulnerable veterans by providing mental health care options, medical equipment, and additional services to women vets, those at risk of homelessness, and those who face unemployment. Now, make no mistake, this pandemic is taking a dangerous toll on our veterans. Veterans are experiencing job losses at unprecedented rates. The veteran unemployment rate for December was roughly double what it was this time last year, up from 2.8% to 5.3%. And with older veterans continuing to face more difficulty in the job market, it makes this package even more necessary today. Our proposal helps tackle veteran unemployment by establishing a VA rapid retraining assistance program that will strengthen existing job opportunities and establish new resources to get veterans employed and back on their feet. And for folks burdened by healthcare costs, our provisions waive co-payment billing and debt collection, as well as costs for COVID-19 testing, treatment, and vaccination services. Because no veteran should have to worry about choosing between accessing essential healthcare and providing for their family during a global pandemic and an economic crisis. When veterans elect officials to Congress, they do so with the expectation that they will get the job done. So while this proposal is not a silver bullet, it is our best shot, however, at getting more folks vaccinated and our economy back on track. There should be no excuses. Veterans and all Americans are looking at us to do the right thing. We do need bipartisan support in this chamber if we're going to put this pandemic behind us. And we do need it today. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. And I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator for Ohio,
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask dispense with the quorum call if we're in a quorum.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. President, I joined some of my colleagues at the White House yesterday to talk with President Biden and Vice President Harris about what it will take to make real progress against the pandemic and to make a real difference in people's lives. Our country is in the middle, as we know, of a once-in-a-generation crisis, and this is our opportunity to deliver for them. Yesterday, I came to the floor to talk about the need for direct stimulus checks and for rental assistance and tax cuts for working families, and to use the Defense Production Act to get more people vaccinated more quickly. Today, I'm here to talk about the critical help in this plan, and the Biden plan for our nation's veterans and their families. Since the beginning of the pandemic, 9,300 veterans have died of COVID-19. Right now, at least 9,000 veterans are sick with this virus. Our plan would ensure that frontline VA employees have the protective equipment they need to continue to do their job every day as they care for our veterans. It would help us get more veterans and VA workers vaccinated. We know that nothing's more critical now than getting vaccines into people's arms, especially as we face new, more contagious variants. So far, VA has provided some 800,000 initial doses of vaccines to veterans and employees. Additional funding would ramp up both vaccine distribution and COVID treatments for those who answer the call to service. In order to continue to meet our nation's and veterans' medical needs, VA has shifted to new methods of care, including expanded telehealth. We know the need for expanded capabilities will only continue to grow. VA will need additional funding to meet veterans' needs where they are, so they can stay home, so they can stay safe wherever possible, and provide them with the health care that they've earned. VA has in too many cases, VA has been able to freeze bills, if you will, to veterans who accrued co-payment and fees for care during the pandemic. That was the right move. In discussions with the VA medical center directors in Ohio, I said we should use as much flexibility as possible to waive these debts. Some of these co-pays and fees amounted to $2,000 for some vets. For them to have the bill come due right after the holidays was cruel, as we were seeing cases spike and uncertainty continue. We know that any large medical bill can be a shock, and during these uncertain times, we should work to lessen that burden, especially to take away that stress in our veterans. That's why our plan would provide co-payment relief to all veterans as the pandemic continues. If a vet was charged a VA copay, regardless of whether the care was COVID-related or not, that copay would be waived. It would reimburse veterans who've already paid their bills to the VA. I thank Chairman Tester and Chairman Schatz for their work on this plan. Many of our nation's veterans on a fixed income, it will mean so much to them to not have to worry about another medical bill. Last week, Dennis McDonough came before our Veterans Affairs Committee. He's the nominee for the VA to be VA Secretary. I asked him about a proposed program that would require military borrowers who are coming out of COVID-19 mortgage forbearance to pay back their missed payments with interest within 10 years. The VA program would be more expensive than what other federal mortgage programs are offering. Think about that. We charge veterans more than others through this program. It makes no sense. It would make it more likely that VA borrowers will fall behind on these new higher monthly payments. He gave me his word that he would look into the program and work with me to ensure no VA homeowner is left with worse option than borrowers in other federally backed loan programs. We're about to have new leadership at the VA, leadership that understands that the decisions made in Washington impact veterans in Portland, Maine, in Cincinnati, Ohio, in Columbus, in Dayton, in Chillicothe. Veterans in Cleveland and Toledo don't care how the Senate passes this. They don't care about regular order or reconciliation. They just want the help that we need. That's why we need to go big. Veterans care about when they get the vaccine, when they can get an appointment with their mental health professional, whether their VA providers have enough protective equipment so they can continue to do their jobs. So I ask colleagues of both parties, let's get this done. No time for squibbling over Senate procedure. The Senate's used these fast-tracking budget measures over and over in times far less dire, far less stressful than what we face today, Mr. President. That's why it's so important that we'll just go back and remember what Senator McConnell had no problem in 2017 during the leader's first term, had no problems pouring money into corporations' coffers with their tax cut. There was no emergency. The only emergency was that lobbyists were lined up out in front of Senator McConnell's office asking for a tax cut for their corporation. Now Senator McConnell claims he can't afford to help everyone else. We didn't win World War II by worrying about whether or not we could afford it. General Eisenhower didn't call President Roosevelt in early June 1944 and say, do we have enough dollars for D-Day? Of course not. Our veterans know that. They know we're in a global crisis. They know we've marshaled all our vast resources and talent to rise to meet it. Then we grew the economy after the war from the middle class out. We paid down the debt with rising wages. This is a war too. America elected new leaders because they were tired of a president and a majority leader who refused to treat this war with the same urgency. People are tired of being told we can't do it, we can't afford it, we've done enough. Let's aim higher in this country. Let's deliver for the people we serve. Let's come together. Let's pass this. Let's make a real difference in Americans' lives. Thank you, Mr. President.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator for Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored here to follow my
Does the
good
senator
friend.
wish to dispense with the quorum call?
I am so sorry. I ask that the mandatory quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
I'm honored to follow my colleague, Senator Brown, on an issue that should be close to all of our hearts, which is strengthening our VA so that it can provide more assistance, more help, more support for our nation's heroes. I had the great opportunity last Sunday to spend time at the West Haven VA hospital, where literally thousands of vaccines are being administered hour by hour to our veterans. Around 25% of the veterans of Connecticut eligible to receive it have vaccinations administered to them. That 25% is way above the 10% of the entire population of our state. And it is a great beginning under the leadership of Al Montoya at the West Haven VA and his remarkable team. Our nation's heroes are receiving the vaccinations they need and deserve, more than 8,000 already. And the staff of the VA, 2,500, have received vaccinations. Not all want it, but the VA is reaching out to them, literally person by person, to ask them to come and assure them that this vaccine is safe and effective. Most assuredly, it is. So the VA is moving forward, but much more needs to be done. And a lot of that VA target population is among the most vulnerable by virtue of age, by virtue of pre-existing conditions, by virtue of their service and exposure and comorbidities. And that is why this plan, the American Rescue Plans, distributing COVID-19 vaccines to veterans is so critically important. 9,000 VA patients have died of coronavirus, although 1 million nationwide of our veterans have received vaccination. There are many, many more who have not. And these vaccines are reaching the arms of veterans, but the VA system needs support and investment to do its job. Likewise, this pandemic has imposed mental health burdens on our veterans. The veterans who are shut in, likewise, the veterans who have no homes, veterans in all parts of the country have been stressed and strained just like everyone else. In fact, maybe more so. And medical health services available through telemedicine are more important than ever, but they alone are not going to accomplish this purpose. So again, what we've seen in Connecticut through the C-Box and what's accomplished through telemedicine, what is provided through counseling, all shows additional investment will produce even better care for our veterans. A lot of our veterans have debts, some of them medical debts. They need help. And this American Rescue Plan provides assistance for them. I've been a longtime advocate of extending VA healthcare to more veterans. I'm proud this plan would allow struggling veterans to get more healthcare at the VA, but relieving veterans from the burden of medical costs is not enough. We need to deliver stimulus payments, unemployment insurance, aid to small businesses, so that we can lift the broader economic pain brought on by COVID-19. Veterans are part of our general population. Those general programs are part of what we owe to them. All of these programs need more oversight and more vigorous scrutiny as we go forward to prevent the kind of waste or delay that we've seen sometimes in veterans programs. That's why the funds for the VA would be directed in part to oversight by the VA Office of the Inspector General. Through oversight by the Inspector General in combination with rigorous congressional oversight, we can ensure that these dollars are being spent effectively in accordance with congressional priorities in a way that best supports our veterans. A broader plan is also necessary, a broader infrastructure plan that will, for example, reconstruct and rehabilitate that West Haven hospital. It dates from the 1950s. It has a new shell, but its structure is aging and aged, degrading, and sometimes in some ways decrepit. The VA has done a great job of sustaining and maintaining it, but this reconstruction is absolutely necessary. The capital investment must be made. And so our VA facilities, our ports and airports, roads and bridges, all are in need of vital repair and reconstruction. That is part of the broader plan that must be undertaken. Priority must be given to those VA facilities. Just a few months ago, we suffered in Connecticut a tragic accident when 2 workers at that VA hospital were killed while they were doing maintenance. It was unnecessary, avoidable, preventable, but it demonstrates the weaknesses and defects in the construction that remains in that hospital. It must be remediated and improved, and the best way to do it is through a new building, not just a new exterior, not just cosmetic work, but truly an infrastructure program that keeps faith with our veterans. There is no excuse for delaying this COVID-19 rescue plan. Delay is unconscionable. Time is not on our side. We need decisive, bold, and big action to meet the needs that our veterans have and all of the American people have in this time of unique, painful,
be hard. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
No matter what I do, every
Indiana seek recognition.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on the previous question.
Did you just say?
interrupting all the conversations today. I'm sorry.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I will inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the previous question.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye by proxy.
Purpose, does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to HRES 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Henry votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Carnas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Vicente Gonzalez votes aye by proxy. Mr. Gallego votes aye by proxy. Mr. Vela votes aye by proxy.
Purpose as the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yea on the motion to move the previous question H Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
So when it gets a little bit more stacked up, I'll very politely ask you to hold on a second for Teresa to input them and for Joe to read them.
Okay, so we're good now.
Yeah, we're good now.
California.
Correct.
Yes.
You'll see like a stack of green cards.
Purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Votes aye by proxy. Mr. Larson of Connecticut votes aye by proxy. Mr. Langevin votes aye by proxy. Mrs. Napolitano votes aye by proxy. Ms. Reigel-Ellard votes aye by proxy.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Price of North Carolina votes aye by proxy. Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye by proxy. Ms. Watson Coleman votes aye by proxy.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Thanks.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Moulton votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cohen votes aye by proxy. Ms. Barragan votes aye by proxy. Mr. Lowenthal votes aye by proxy. Mr. Liu votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on ordering the previous question. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the previous question.
Gentleman from Missouri.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Billy Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the previous question to H. Res. 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on the previous question to H. Res. 91.
Mr. Long votes no by proxy. Mr. Gosar votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no on the previous question. I yield back.
Mr. Buchanan votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yay on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yay on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Bowman votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cooper votes aye by proxy. Ms. Lois Frankel votes aye by proxy. Mr. Lynch votes aye by proxy. Ms. Jayapal votes aye by proxy. Ms. Meng votes aye by proxy. Mr. Payne votes aye by proxy. Mr. Hastings votes aye by proxy. Ms. Carolyn B. Maloney votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Fallon votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Ms. Spear votes aye by proxy.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
on that, I would request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. So what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H-Res 91.
One. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H-Res 91.
So I got here at 2 o'clock. It's only 2:28. I feel like I've been here for a long time. I know. It feels like they take forever. Yeah.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H-Res 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 965, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H-Res 91. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H-Res 91.
Nothing below.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H-Res 91.
Mr. Fallon votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
It sounded good. Would the gentleman from Indiana repeat his statement again?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 91.
Mr. McHenry votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 91.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 91.
So you think? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H-Res 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of H-Res 91. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform you that Mr. Lawson will vote yay on the motion agreeing to the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. John Larson pursuant to H-Res 8 of the state of Connecticut, I
I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yea on HRES 91.
Mr. Larson of Connecticut votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on HRES 91.
Votes aye by proxy. Ms. Giant votes aye by proxy. Ms. Lois Frankel votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cooper votes aye by proxy. Mr. Bowman votes aye by proxy. Mr. Lynch votes aye by proxy. Mr. Vela votes aye by proxy. Mr. Gallego votes aye by proxy. Mr. Vicente Gonzalez votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cardenas votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on HRES 91.
Mr. Price of North Carolina votes aye by proxy. Mr. Mfume votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRES 91. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRES 91.
Porter votes aye by proxy. Mr. McEachin votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRS 91. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on HRS 91.
Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye by proxy. Mrs. Napolitano votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRS 91. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRS 91. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRS 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRS 91. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on HRS 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier vote yes on HRS 91.
Cohen votes aye by proxy. Mr. Liu votes aye by proxy. Ms. Barragan votes aye by proxy. Mr. Lowenthal votes aye by proxy. Mr. Moulton votes aye by proxy. Dasani votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRes 91.
Ms. Watson Coleman votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on HRes 91.
Ms. Axney votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 91.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye by proxy.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would
Gentleman from Texas,
ask for the yeas and nays.
pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no by proxy.
recognition.
Mr. Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Fowler, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fowler will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Carson votes no by proxy. Mr. Price of North Carolina votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Porter votes no by proxy. Mr. McEachin votes no by proxy. Mr. Larson of Connecticut votes no by proxy. Mr. Langevin votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Cardenas votes no by proxy. Mr. Gallego votes no by proxy. Mr. Vicente Gonzalez votes no by proxy. Mr. Vela votes no by proxy. Mr. Buchanan votes aye by proxy. Ms. Lois Frankel votes no by proxy. Mr. Bowman votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. May votes no by proxy. Ms. Jayapal votes no by proxy. Mr. Lynch votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yay on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Gosar votes aye by proxy. Mr. Long votes aye by proxy. Mrs. Lawrence votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Lawson of Florida votes no by proxy. Mr. McHenry votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Watson Coleman votes no by proxy. Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. The member designated by Chairwoman Karen Maloney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Axney votes
Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hand will vote no on the, okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hand of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote no on the motion to recommit. I mean, the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Axne votes no by proxy. Mr. Hand votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, actually.
Pennsylvania.
As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Moulton pursuant to H.R.S. 8, inform the House Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Amadei votes aye by proxy.
what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Moulton votes no by proxy. Ms. Berrigan votes no by proxy. Mr. Liu votes no by proxy. Mr. Lowenthal votes no by proxy. Mr. Cooper votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote no on the motion to adjourn. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Hastings votes no by proxy. Mr. Payne votes no by proxy. Mr. Rush votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Napolitano votes no by proxy.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress member Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that House that Congress member Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye by proxy. Ms. Carolyn Maloney votes no by proxy. Ms. Lofgren votes no by proxy. Porter, Mr. Bryant, Mr. Schneider, Mr. Schrader, Mr. Horsford, Mr. Murback, Mr. Soto, Ms. Houlihan, Ms. Ward, Wisconsin, Mr. Grijalva, Mrs. Demings, Mr. Young, Mr. Halloran, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Off no on aye. Mr. Harrington, Mrs. Wagner, Mr. Coughlin.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose?
So do I still.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Ms. George, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, I call up House Resolution 72 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 72, resolution removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Dutch, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Volarski, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 72. In 2019, the FBI warned that, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Members, can we have order in the House? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
In 2019, the FBI warned that anti-government, identity-based, and fringe political conspiracy theories are very likely to motivate some domestic extremists to commit criminal and sometimes violent activity. In October last year, this House voted nearly unanimously to condemn QAnon conspiracy theories because they encourage the rejection of objective reality, deepen political polarization, and undermine trust in our democratic institutions, but also because they have inspired real-world violence, bomb threats, vandalism, kidnapping, terrorism, murder, and insurrection. Congressman Greene of Georgia has a long history of amplifying dangerous conspiracy theories online and threatening violent, racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic conduct. House Resolution 72 will ensure that Ms. Greene's conduct is not rewarded with seats on two important committees. Congresswoman has said that American citizens who practiced Islam, quote, do not belong in our government and they should stay in their country. Mr. Speaker, this is their country and it is their government as much as any Americans. Ms. Greene has trafficked in dangerous anti-Semitic lies about the Rothschild family, George Soros, Zionist supremacists, and secret Jewish plots. Well, over millennia, because of baseless, ugly lies, millions of Jews have been hated, targeted, expelled from their countries, violently attacked, killed, and exterminated because words lead to action and death. Ms. Greene claimed the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut that killed 26 people, including 26 and 7-year-old kids, was staged. She claimed the Las Vegas shooting that killed 60 people and injured over 800 was an orchestrated attempt to weaken gun rights, and she claimed the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School was a false flag event and called the survivors crisis actors. Mr. Speaker, the 17 people who never came home from school in Parkland on February 14th, 2018 were my constituents. Their family's pain is real, and it is felt every single day. Yesterday, parents of children slain at Sandy Hook, Mark Barden, Daniel's dad, and Nicole Hockley, Dylan's mom, wrote a letter to Leader McCarthy to share how these conspiracy theories impact their families. These vicious lies deny the deaths of our murdered children and bring death threats and constant harassment to our doors and our surviving children. In 2019, Ms. Greene created a White House petition to impeach Speaker Pelosi for treason, emphasizing that it is punishable by death. And she liked a Facebook comment stating that, and I quote, "A bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Speaker Nancy Pelosi." In a video statement from December 31st, 2018, Ms. Greene called on her followers to storm Washington, D.C. in what sounds today like a prescient forecast of last month's deadly insurrection. Flood the Capitol, flood all the government buildings, go inside. We can end it. We can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way, but we should feel like we will if we have to. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened. Conspiracy theories and hate are malignant. They do not fade away. We must stand up to them and say enough. Ms. Greene has promised that she will never apologize. Well, we are here today because Republican leadership has decided to embrace and elevate Ms. Greene. They've rewarded her with a seat on the committee of this House that has responsibility for teaching our children the truth and giving them a safe place to learn it. 2 years ago, the Republican speaker spoke on this floor very strongly saying, quote, "I will pledge to you this from this side of the aisle, and I hope you understand this clearly, any hatred, we take action." And Mr. McCarthy did take action, but it wasn't condemnation, it was elevation, appointing her to committee seats. That's why it's necessary to put this resolution to a vote for every member of this body, because this House must take action. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and remove Representative Greene of Georgia from her positions on the Committee on Education and Labor and the Committee on Budget, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. I am not here today to defend any comments made by Representative Greene, whether as a private citizen, candidate, or member of Congress. I am here today to defend the precedent set by years of the majority and minority parties coexisting in this body. And I am here today to defend the House Ethics Committee, on which I serve as a ranking member. House Resolution 72 is nothing more than a partisan power grab. At a critical time when the majority party itself repeatedly calls for unity as our path forward, bringing a majority resolution to the floor to remove a minority member from her committee assignments is wrong and unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee is unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee and then completely bypassing the committee's role is unprecedented. On this floor today, we are witnessing one more effort to consolidate power with the majority party and diminish the rights of the minority. This is not the first power grab effort by this majority in Congress. Earlier this year, the Democrats destroyed over 100 years of representation in Congress and effectively eliminated the only tool that safeguarded the minority's voice, the motion to recommit. And they are doing it again today with the House Resolution 72. In the last 20 years, several members have been removed from their committee duties. Members on both sides of the aisle have been removed, and for various reasons. But those reasons and that decision was always made by the members' party leadership or party's membership. Even if the decision to remove a member was followed with a voice vote on the House floor, the decision itself was made by that member's caucus following weeks of public and private infighting. Last week, the Republican conference met to discuss statements made by Representative Greene last night prior to her serving in Congress. We listened to Representative Greene. She made similar statements as she did on the floor today. She assured the conference that her prior statements did not reflect her views today as a member of this body. The Democratic majority claims the Republican conference hasn't acted, but that simply isn't true. The conference just hasn't done what the Democrats want it to do. Regardless, the majority has brought this unprecedented resolution before the House today. The majority party could have brought this matter directly to the floor as a privileged question, and the question of removal would have been a swift vote on the floor. Instead, the majority referred the resolution to the Ethics Committee to then immediately and completely bypass the Ethics Committee and its functions by bringing this resolution directly to the floor. Involving the committee, then to only bypass the committee, violates the collegial and bipartisan manner by which the Ethics Committee should operate. This is my second term serving on the Ethics Committee, and I was looking forward to working with Chairman Deutsch in a collegial and bipartisan manner. You see, the Committee on Ethics is unique. It's the only standing House committee with equal numbers of Democrat and Republican members, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. There is a reason that neither party holds a majority on this committee, and that reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in a political and partisan fashion. The committee has publicly warned of this risk before. In 2012, following a particularly contentious investigation, the committee publicly expressed the necessity of bipartisanship, bipartisan cooperation within the committee leadership. The committee stated, quote, "Unlike any other committee, this committee avoids partisan legislative concerns and policies and must have bipartisan cooperation for the committee to fulfill its constitutional mandate to police the members, officers, and employees of this House. That mission calls upon members to step out of their partisan framework and approach the work of the committee without regard to their party. It's our recommendation for any member that serves on this committee that he or she constantly evaluate their actions on the committee to ensure they are living up to the highest standards of this committee," close quote. Today, we do not see the Ethics Committee's leadership upholding the highest standards of bipartisan cooperation. We don't see today the chair and ranking member presenting a resolution on the House floor together. At the end of each Congress, the committee issues a report detailing the activities of the committee during the Congress. For each Congress Chairman Deutsch has served on ethics, the committee has worked in a collegial and bipartisan manner. To be able to state for the 113th, 114th, 115th, and 116th Congress, all votes taken in the investigative subcommittees were unanimous. This stack of reports represents all the hard work the committee has completed in the last 4 Congresses. All of this work of the committee completed by its sitting members, the members who were asked to serve in the investigative subcommittees, and the committee's professional and nonpartisan staff was accomplished in bipartisan cooperation. In fact, Chairman Deutsch himself recognized in the committee report for the 116th Congress that, quote, "All of the committee's work is made possible by the committee's talented professional, nonpartisan staff. The members of the committee wish to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to the committee and the House. In addition, the committee wishes to thank its departing members for their service and for their thoughtfulness and collegiality they showed during their time on the committee," close quote. As you can see, the work on the Ethics Committee is extensive. In the 116th Congress alone, the committee commenced or continued investigative fact-finding gatherings for 50 separate investigative matters, impaneled 6 investigative committees, and filed 5 reports with the House totaling over 3,300 pages regarding various investigative matters. These tasks were agreed to by the chair and the ranking member of the committee. In fact, the phrase itself, chair and ranking minority member, appears 38 times in the committee rules. The Ethics Committee operates effectively because it's consensus-driven, with decisions made jointly by the chair and the ranking member. But that's not what's happening today on this floor. The current chair and ranking member have not received a complaint and determined whether the information meets the requirements of the committee rules. The current chair and the ranking member have not jointly gathered information concerning this alleged conduct. Until yesterday's rules hearing, the chair and the ranking member had not had a single conversation regarding Representative Greene. As I stated earlier, involving the committee then to only bypass its function violates the spirit of how this unique committee operates. Once the majority determined that the Ethics Committee was the place for the resolution, it should have allowed the committee to consider the issues properly. I know our colleagues want to see the Ethics Committee function effectively and not to be used as a partisan political weapon on a manipulated platform. If the Ethics Committee is to consider reviewing statements made by members of Congress before they were sworn in, then the matter should come before the Ethics Committee in a way that complies with committee rules, preserves the bipartisanship intended, and allows the committee to make legal conclusions and factual determinations in a collegial environment. All I ask is that we let the committee work as it's supposed to effectively serve this body. To do so, the majority would have to withdraw this resolution. If it chooses, pursue the matter properly through the Ethics Committee. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I also know my Republican colleagues purport not to defend any of Representative Greene's hateful statements or reprehensible conduct. Instead, rely on process. The appeals to process should be recognized for what they are, an effort to shield her from her accountability for this egregious language and actions. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague from South Florida, who has come to know the families from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas as well as I, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the sponsor of this resolution.
For how much time?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise to support H.R. 72, legislation I never hoped to author. My resolution would remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. We've already heard a lot today about precedents, so let me explain the precedent which brought us here. Congresswoman Greene advocated for the execution of a leader of this House. She advocated for the execution of former President Obama. She encouraged violence against law enforcement and has a long record of racist, anti-Semitic, and Islamophobic comments. She spread cruel conspiracy theories, even claiming the horrific mass school shootings in Sandy Hook and Parkland were staged, and even stalked a young survivor of one of those tragedies, calling him a coward. These are unprecedented comments and actions by a member. No one else on this floor has called for violence against other members and law enforcement. Only one member has done that and refused to back down, and that is the real precedent we are dealing with today. We have also heard about regrettable conduct before taking office, a so-called statute of limitations on bad behavior. Prior to her floor remarks this afternoon, Congresswoman Greene spent this entire week doubling down on her promotion of violence, bigotry, and conspiracy theories. Her response to her critics just yesterday was, "I won't back down, I'll never apologize." We have also heard today about revenge and whataboutism. Greene herself threatened that when Republicans wield the gavel, Democrats will face a similar fate. And if a Democrat promotes violence against members and peddles dangerous lies and conspiracy theories, then refuses to renounce them, and our caucus refuses to police it, then punishment would be in order. That's the reality of what we're dealing with today with Congresswoman Greene. We are dealing with conduct that brings shame on this House, and a pointed refusal to denounce or internally police it by Republicans. Congresswoman Greene's past support and present reaffirmation for violence, intimidation, lies, and racism is dangerous. It is exactly the kind of conduct that helps fuel domestic terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I don't take this threat of violence lightly. 2 years ago, a pipe bomb, one of 16 sent around the country in my name, sat in my district office for more than 24 hours, with my staff handling and moving around it before anyone knew or told them it possibly contained an explosive device. None of my staff signed up for that kind of threat. No one should be terrorized at work. But what delivered that bomb to my office was not just one disturbed man. It was the culmination of endless lies, conspiracy theories, and hate that drove someone to violently attack his political rivals. We all saw that unfold again with deadly consequences here in the Capitol on January 6th. We can't afford to have this kind of violent threat continue, and certainly not from someone in this very House. This is not about whether we find Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech offensive. This is not, the point here is that she has promoted and advocated violence. Denying her a seat at committee tables where fact-based policies will be debated and crafted is an appropriate punishment and restraint of her influence. Congresswoman Greene chose a dangerous and harmful path into this House, one filled with deliberate lies that fomented violence. Once elected and seated here as a sitting member, she then also chose not only to stand by, but affirm those words and actions. A deathbed, mild walkback of a couple of wild conspiracy theories just moments ago is not enough to prevent her future harm. Importantly, there was no apology for hurt and harm caused, and she did not express regret for the stalking of a teenage mass shooting victim, nor for life-threatening statements she made or promoted against the leader of this House, and so much more. Now that she's made her choices, the House must limit the future harm and violence that she can invite on this body. The deceptive, inflammatory conduct that fuels such violence cannot be tolerated anywhere, certainly not in this House. We can take an important step toward restoring integrity, security, decorum, and truth in this House by removing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. While it is an action we do not take lightly, it is the necessary course of action in the face of her extraordinary behavior that is unbecoming of a member of Congress. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Resolution 72. This resolution sets a dangerous new standard that will only deepen divisions within this House. For all their talk about norms and institutions, it's the Democrats who've acted to undermine the people's House at every turn. Let's check the record. Afraid for their political careers, they have moved to shut down debate and silence dissent in committee and on this floor. They went so far as to eliminate the motion to recommit, the minority party's only chance to offer an amendment, which stood for over a century until this year. They have rushed impeachments through without a shred of due process, just like today, reducing this tool from the highest constitutional remedy to just another opportunity to fundraise and go on TV. And now they are declaring the majority has veto power over the minority's members' selections for committee. Now, we have reviewed this with the parliamentarian. Never before in the history of this House has the majority abused its power in this way. Never. In the entire history of this House have you ever abused the power in this way. But it's clear Speaker Pelosi's caucus thinks differently. They're blinded by partisanship and politics. And it's the American people who will suffer the most because of it. As for the member in question, let me be very clear. Representative Greene's past comments and posts as a private citizen do not represent the values of my party. As a Republican, as a conservative, as an American, I condemn those views unequivocally. I condemned them when they first surfaced, and I condemn them today. This House overwhelmingly voted to condemn the dangerous lies of QAnon last Congress and continue to do so. I made this clear when I met with Representative Greene. I also made clear that we as members have a responsibility to hold ourselves to a higher standard. She acknowledged this during our conversation and apologized for her past comments. I will hold her to her words and her actions moving forward. But because these comments caused such deep wounds, I offered Leader Hoyer a path to lower the temperature and address these concerns in a productive way. I offered to remove Representative Greene from Ed and Labor, but it was rejected. It was rejected. Now, privately, I've had calls from many Democrats acknowledging what they're doing is wrong. They understand that this partisan power grab is not only cynical, it's hypocritical. If this is the new standard, I look forward to continuing out the standard. Because if you look for a side that has a leadership that's done something when their members do something as a member, not prior, look to me. Because I did just that. But when a Democrat freshman said, Israel has hypnotized the world, that supporting Israel is all about the Benjamins, and that 9/11, some people did something. Did Speaker Pelosi kick her off Foreign Affairs Committee? Or did she keep her on the committee and even pose with her on the cover of a magazine? That's right. Will the standard change? When another Democrat was compromised by a Chinese spy, that it was so serious that the FBI had to brief the congressional leaders, did Speaker Pelosi remove him from the House Intelligence or Homeland Security committees after the briefing? I'm the only other person that had that same briefing just recently. I was in the room with the speaker. I heard what was said. I'll be very clear. I would never have that member on either of those committees. Or did she reward him by making him the head of the subcommittee overseeing the CIA? I guess there's different standards. When the chairman of the Rules Committee objected to certifying the 2016 election, citing Russian interference, did Speaker Pelosi censure him? How about when the chairwoman of the Financial Service Committee told supporters at a rally in 2017? She was a member then, unlike the person we're talking about today. If you see anyone from the cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out. You create a crowd. You push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anywhere with anyone anymore. After she called for violence against public servants, did Speaker Pelosi condemn it? Or did she look the other way and make her chairwoman again? I don't know if you want to amend this one and add others so you can keep your standard. The answer is obvious. While Democrats attack Congresswoman Greene, they not only ignore the infractions within their own party, they reward these members with prestige and influence. When it comes time to vote, I expect Democrats will codify this partisan power grab. I would advise them to think twice and pull this resolution from the floor while they still can. I've heard Democrats quote Senator Minority Leader to defend this resolution. I would remind them what Leader McConnell said when Democrats voted to nuke the judicial filibuster. You'll regret this, and you may regret this a lot sooner than you think. If that's the new standard, if people are held to what they are said prior to even being in this House, if majority party gets to decide who sits on what other committees, I hope you keep that standard, because we have a long list you can work within your own. In the end, this resolution is merely a distraction from the real issues. In the last 2 weeks, Democrats have taken just 2 votes, the one today and the one last month on a waiver for a cabinet member. This is the least productive Congress since last year. Amen. I thought that'd be hard to beat. There's nothing for workers who have lost their jobs, including thousands of blue-collar jobs that were eliminated just by a stroke of a pen, a of President Biden, even laying off the union workers who endorsed him. It's a shame. They need that job. It's a good paying job. Nobody sat and talked to him before or asked them. They just laid him off. Nothing for students who've been stuck learning from behind screens for nearly a year, even though the administration's CDC director says in-person learning is safe. Nothing to increase the pace of vaccine distributions so we can get them to people who want them and get one step closer to fully reopening this economy. At a time when households are already struggling, Congress should use its window of opportunity to get Americans back to work, get kids back to school, and vaccines for any American who wants it. These are the immediate priorities that deserve our energy and our attention. This is what we would work on if we had the opportunity to be in the majority, or even had the same opportunity that those in the minority had for the last 100 years to offer a motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, a House distracted cannot govern. And we're proving it one more time today. Let's stop trying to invent dangerous and divisive ways to abuse the power of a majority and start working on what really matters. No one supports what was said before a person ever became a member. When a member said something that was inappropriate on this side of the aisle, we removed them from committee because they said it as they were a member. As we list the long list of the standards on the other side, no one ever got removed. They got rewarded. And now, more than 200-year history in this body is going to change. But if it changed as a standard to reach all, I'll be right here with you. If the concern was really what the majority leader said to me about being on Education Committee, I'm the first one to switch it. I actually offered it. That would be appropriate, but not for this majority. They believe something different, and that's wrong. Just as the words that were said were wrong. That member came to this floor to answer those questions. She did it as a member of Congress, not as a private citizen when they were said. I listened to President Biden as I watched him sworn in. I heard the word unity. That's why I reached out as well. There's concern about education. We can fix that. If there's concern on the other side about working with people who are getting laid off with every stroke of every executive order, I'll work to fix that. If there's concern about getting kids back in school, we'll work on that. If there's concern about getting a vaccine to any American who wants it, we'll work on that. But unfortunately, the majority gets to decide what comes to the floor. And once again, this Congress will get listed as the least productive Congress in history. But the one thing it will have a record of is changing the rules to be one-sided. A long history that I believe this body will be embarrassed by. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Representative McBath.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague and friend from Florida, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2 weeks, I celebrate the birthday of my son, Jordan. Every year since he was murdered, his birthday brings joyful memories, but profound sadness. 2 years ago, my pain on his birthday turned to horror and grief as I watched students in Parkland Children the same age as my son run terrified out of their high school. I watched parents read texts from their kids that said, "Mom, if I don't make it back, thank you for everything that you've done for me." I watched as 17 families realized that their lives are never going to be the same. Throughout history, words have shown and have had the power to unite this nation with unity and with hope, or the power to divide with bigotry and hate. Words have an impact on everything that we do here in this chamber, on this hill, in this body. Every action that we take make life better for the American people. This today is about a member's words and actions that are beneath this body, beneath the American people that we have sworn to protect. This is about a member stalking the children of tragedy, attacking survivors, and threatening violence. This is about a member denying the existence of dead children at Sandy Hook Elementary and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. This moment is about parents across America who now celebrate their child's birthday, just like me. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentlelady.
Minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who's next? Who is next? Everyone has said things they wish they didn't say. Everyone has done things they wish they didn't do. So who's next? Who will the cancel culture attack next? Former New York Times editor, Barry Weiss, not a conservative, had to resign because of the environment at that paper. She had to resign. She coined this term, the digital Thunderdome. You engage in wrong think, you engage in wrong speak, you're going in the Thunderdome. Today it's Miss Greene. Who's it going to be tomorrow? Who's it going to be tomorrow? I've heard several times on the floor today from the Democrats. Conspiracy theory. The Democrats peddled the biggest conspiracy theory of all time, the Russia hoax. Amen. Two of those years, for the last 4 years, they peddled this theory. 2 of those years, they spent $40 million, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas, but came up with zero collusion. Former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, he was going on television all the time talking about the coordination, the collusion that was going on. But what did he say behind closed doors when he was under oath in the Intelligence Committee? He said this: "I never saw any evidence that the Trump campaign was conspiring with the Russians to meddle with the election. No evidence." But they peddled this theory for 4 years. And think about this. The guy who started the debate off today for the Democrats, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee, Mr. Speaker, Democrat chair of the Rules Committee 4 years ago. Guess who? Guess who 4 years ago was the first person to object to the 2016 presidential election? The guy who kicked off the debate for the Democrats today going after Ms. Greene. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Guess what his reason was? The Russian hoax conspiracy theory. And guess which state he objected to? Guess which state? Alabama. That's right, January 6, 2017, the guy who kicked off the debate for the Democrats objected to Alabama, a state that President Trump won by 30 points. First person to kick off the debate today, 4 years ago, objected to Alabama based on this Russian hoax conspiracy theory, and now they're coming after Miss Greene. I stood right here 3 weeks ago and I said, this cancel culture will not just come after Republicans. It's going to come after us all. It's going to come after us all. This is what's scary. And it took all of 13 days for that to be proven true. Last week, Mr. Speaker, could I have a few seconds? Last week, Senator
Gentleman's,
Feinstein
time
Elementary
is-
School is no longer named after Senator Feinstein. That's how bad this is. I hope this stops, and I hope it stops soon.
Gentleman
Thanks.
from Ohio yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
Gentleman from New Jersey, minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about unity, let's remember we were united last October when the House came together almost unanimously to condemn QAnon in a resolution that I had introduced. We said that QAnon was fanning the flames of anti-Semitism, that the loony lies it was spreading online would lead to people being killed in the real world. But then yesterday, Mr. McCarthy, the minority leader, said something that mystified me. He cited that resolution as a reason not to remove Representative Greene from her committee. We'd already condemned QAnon, he suggested. Why would we need to do anything else? It's like saying we condemned bank robbers last year. We condemned bank robbery last year. We don't need to actually stop any bank robbers this year. How can almost 400 of us say that QAnon is a threat, and then when we see someone who has spent years spreading the same conspiracy theories, the same anti-Semitism, the same calls for violence, someone who 3 days ago called her critics pedophiles, not 2 years ago, 3 days ago, and then say that person should be given all of the privileges of a member of a House? Mr. Speaker, if you condemn QAnon, that means you have to fight it. If you believe that these conspiracy theories are dangerous, you have to separate yourself from the people who are spreading them. If even a substantial number of us stand with Representative Greene today, violent extremists will see it as another sign that they have a legitimate place in our national debate, that respectable leaders in our society either embrace them or fear them too much to stand in their way. I ask you, do not send this message. Let's unite against extremism, not with it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. About a month ago, 3 weeks ago, I suspended my social media accounts, my personal social media accounts. And I did so because social media is pretty much consuming the way we govern. And I would just say, why are we governing by soundbite? Why are we governing by looking in and back at what somebody said on Twitter or Facebook? This is a body that is called under the Constitution to meet on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, not by proxy, by the way, and to sit here and debate, and to debate the important issues of the day. I was proud to say a few weeks ago, I was proud to stand with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to condemn what occurred on January 6th. I joined with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to disagree on the issue of objections. And then to have a member on the other side of the aisle attack my former boss and friend, Senator Ted Cruz, and basically accuse him of being an attempted murderer, I asked that that statement be stricken and there be an apology for it. I didn't ask that somebody be stripped from their committeeships. I didn't ask that they be censured. I tried to engage with that colleague and have and will. And then this last weekend had a statement directed at me, accusing me of the worst kind of horrific acts. Where is this body going to go, ladies and gentlemen? Now we're here in the first few weeks of this Congress attacking a freshman member who is addressing the concerns of statements that I take issue with, that a number of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have taken issue with, and you're going to unilaterally strip her of a committee assignment. This is not the people's house anymore. I made this statement yesterday on the budget reconciliation. I had a great conversation with the distinguished majority leader today about our need to restore regular order. And I would just ask my colleagues, another 15 seconds, Jolly? No. I would ask my colleagues that we remove this. I made a motion to adjourn because we shouldn't be wasting the time of this body attacking a member of this body. This will not end well.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make clear that this is not an action by one party. This is a House resolution today. All of us will be voting, and the Constitution couldn't be clearer. Article 1, Section 5 vests the House with the authority independent of the Ethics Committee to discipline a member, and as a sanction for such behavior, the House may limit any right, power, privilege, or immunity of that member. I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are aware of that. With that, I am pleased to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Williams.
Gentlewoman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the resolution to remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. Her words and actions tout dangerous and deadly QAnon conspiracy theories, threaten our national security, and put the lives of every person in this room at risk. On January 6th, we witnessed what can happen when our leaders spread baseless conspiracy theories and spew violent rhetoric that echoes the same call to violence that resulted in a domestic terrorist attack on the United States Capitol. We can't control what Representative Greene does and says, but we can control how we operate as a governing body that holds its officials accountable. I'm particularly concerned about her appointment to the Education and Labor Committee, which not only has oversight of the education of our children, but also has the responsibility to ensure students have safe environments to learn. I watched in horror at the footage of Representative Greene berating a Parkland shooting survivor, a teenager who came to Capitol Hill seeking help from lawmakers to put an end to mass shootings and prevent other high school students from having to witness the senseless murder of their classmates and teachers. This is personal for me, as a mom of my Carter Cakes who just started kindergarten, and as a survivor of a school shooting my senior year of high school that claimed the life of a classmate. I still live with that trauma today. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they disapprove of Representative Greene's actions. However, disapproval without action means nothing. This is about doing what's right. As Dr. King stated, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Is reserving, and gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is personal to me. I've dedicated so much of my adult life to the Constitution of the United States. And if you go back to 1884, it's been cited for about 80 or 100 years even, a select committee back in 1884 was taking up the issue of a member of Congress being expelled. And the committee said that because the conduct was committed during an earlier Congress, it must be said that with practical uniformity, the precedents in such cases are to the effect the House will not expel a member for reprehensible action prior to the election of a member, not even for conviction of an offense. That has been so frequently decided in the House that it's no longer a matter of dispute. And yes, that was expelling from the House, but you're wanting to expel a member from being a full member as she was elected to do. Now, James Madison, hopefully that name rings a bell, said if the legislature could regulate those, talking about qualifications, which in this case would mean you got to meet our qualifications for what you say before you're a member of Congress, or you don't come in. And he said, if you could regulate those qualifications, it can be by degrees subvert the Constitution. A republic may be converted into an aristocracy or an oligarchy, as well as limiting the number capable of being elected. Qualifications founded on artificial distinctions may be devised by the stronger party in order to keep out partisans of a weaker party. This is so dangerous. Never in the history of the Congress has a majority party been taking such fanatical action to remove somebody from the other party from committees. This is unprecedented. You know, we had a senator named Biden who looked at a Ku Klux Klan recruiter as a mentor and friend, and you punished him by inaugurating him as president. Look, please, I know there's so many good, decent Democrats. We disagree on a lot of things, but as a matter of conscience, you talk about conscience, you got to know if you do this, just like Democrats objecting to electors and then coming around later and say, oh, you're disenfranchising voters. Look, if you do this, you know the day will come when Republicans will not like something you said and start removing you from committees. This is not a road to go down. I beg you, please don't start this precedent. It won't end well for either party, but we will follow your lead if you lead. I'm imploring you, do the right thing. Vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. At this time, the gentleman from Indiana reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After decades of living through discrimination from our government, my older Black neighbors in my district finally began having a sense of hope that a new generation of elected leaders are here. Recently, however, those same neighbors have told me they began to feel that fear again because of what is happening here in this chamber. Because in today's Republican Party, Marjorie Taylor Greene's worldviews are violent, anti-Black, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and they're condoned. Every single day that goes by without outright condemnation from every single one of her Republican colleagues, without consequences for her extremist views, is an outright endorsement of white supremacy. We owe it to our residents who have been victim of these very hateful views to take action. When members like Marjorie Taylor Greene proudly claim that Muslims shouldn't be allowed in this Congress, or that 9/11 attacks were fake, or that the Speaker of the House should be executed, there must be consequences. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be here today. But what I feel and what I believe as I'm listening and I'm hearing the debate is this is not really about words said by Ms. Greene before she was ever elected overwhelmingly in her district. Because if it was about language and that we were disciplining because of language, we would have disciplined somebody else from this side, on the Democrat side, who said, Israel's hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them see the evil doings of Israel. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. That would have invoked some discipline, I would have thought. How about this one? Comparing Jewish Israeli settlers to termites. That guy didn't get disciplined. He's still on the committees I sit on. He said there's been a steady stream, almost like termites can get into a residence and eat before you know that you've been eaten up and you fall in on yourself. It goes on. It goes on. The Speaker of this House has said Republicans are enemies of the state. All of these incite to violence. All of these demean. All of these dehumanize. All of these are these are statements that just should not be accepted. But they were accepted. There was no condemnation. And as the last speaker just said, no condemnation is an endorsement. So I guess there's endorsement from all of them on those statements. And so here we are today. And you're doing something that's unprecedented. You're taking somebody for things she said before she got into this body. And you're saying we're going to control the minority choice of committee assignments. Never happened before, but here it goes. And I'm afraid it's going to cascade because that's not the way we should do this. You can't take away the rights of the minority leader and the minority conference. That is the problem that we have here. No one endorses what Ms. Greene said, but we endorse her election and the right of the leader to make her committee assignments, not to have those be taken away by the majority. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Mr.
Chairwoman
Speaker,
is recognized for a minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 72 to remove Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee post. Congresswoman Greene is part of the cult conspiracy mindset that has infected segments of our American society and is ripping our nation apart. The wild conspiracy theories that QAnoners invent are in essence outrageous lies. Even more alarming, they are lies backed by the threat of violence. Yes, Representative Greene and her QAnon adherents are ready to defend their deranged lies with violence. They have expressed a desire to assassinate Speaker Pelosi and to publicly execute those who disagree with their malignant lies. They have even expressed a passionate desire to overthrow our constitutional democracy. Congresswoman Greene indicated before last year's election that if Donald Trump lost, Americans may need to reclaim freedom with the price of blood. Marjorie Greene has harassed a survivor of Stoneman Douglas school shooting, calling him a coward and proclaiming the massacre was staged as a plot to pass more gun laws. Yet her Republican colleagues believe she has the proper credentials and principles to serve on the Education and Labor Committee. Some will play both sides, but that is a false equivalent. I think it's clear that we need to draw the line at Jewish space lasers and calling for political assassinations, not policy differences. At least with one xenophobic racist, both sides were able to put country over party. The party of honest aid can no longer be honest with itself. Marjorie Greene and her fellow conspiracy theorists have saturated our nation with lies. It's time to turn the tables and start talking about truth for a change. Gandhi liked to say, even if you are a minority of one, the truth is the truth. I urge everyone to join in defending truth. Stand up for truth, even if you're alone. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the direction of the narrow Democrat majority, we are here today standing in judgment over a newly elected colleague of ours for things said as a private citizen and that have since been retracted. Meanwhile, some colleagues have engaged in anti-American, anti-Semitic tropes and commentary before and after their elections to Congress. Other colleagues have incited and called for violence across the country the day Donald Trump became president, and still encourage that violence against him and those who support the Republican Party, not to mention other dangerous words that have been harmful to the security of our nation. But, Mr. Speaker, none of those are in question, and those members never saw any condemnation. And this Democrat majority, they never will. I went to the Rules Committee yesterday, strongly opposed to this course of action, with a suggestion to correct this blatant double standard should it move forward. I was told by the chairman that, quote, we don't share the same values, because I was demanding that we prioritize accountability for members of his party and their comments and dangerous rhetoric carried out while in office, before we address Representative Greene's commentary made before she was elected. Perhaps the chairman was right. My values are that anyone who blatantly calls for the violence against conservatives, praises deadly Antifa riots, endangers Americans, encourages the destruction of our ally Israel, and perhaps worst of all, dismisses the significance of 9/11, has no business serving in the House of Representatives. In closing, Mr. Speaker, no one in Congress should be more grateful than the Democrat majority eliminated our motion to recommit last month and the Democrat members who have made these inflammatory remarks over the years. Because I have no doubt that a motion by Republicans to oust those representatives would have succeeded with very strong bipartisan support. And by shattering this precedent today, perhaps this majority has set in motion a future majority's obligation to do so. If my Democrat colleagues are attempting to take the speck out of their eye, I encourage them to also take the log out of their own eye. Out of our eye, then take the log out of their own eye. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is not about one member.
This is about who we are as a body and what we are as a democracy. This is about whether it is acceptable to cheer on and encourage an insurrection against our basic democratic process. This is about whether it is okay to demand members swear in on a Bible of a religion they do not practice. This is about whether it is okay to hold an assault rifle next to members' heads in a campaign ad and incite death threats against them. This is about whether it is okay to encourage the murder of the Speaker of the House. As a survivor of civil conflict and civil war, I know political violence and political rhetoric does not go away on its own. This is about whether or not we will continue to be a peaceful and functioning democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm proud to have taken my oath on that Bible, after which I do follow and try to live my life after. And I rise today to object to the left's pattern of teaming up with the mainstream media to try to stifle the voices of conservatives. First, it was 4 years of trying to remove President Trump, and today it's trying to strip my friend Marjorie Taylor Greene of her committee assignments. It's only a matter of time till they start coming after everyday Americans. We travel down a dangerous road today when the majority party is threatening to make committee assignments for the minority. My friends across the aisle, as we have seen, and from one we just heard from, Mr. Speaker, certainly have no shortage of members who've expressed very offensive opinions after they were elected to this body. Democrats are not looking to lower the temperature or deliver the results for the American people. Their goal is to cause chaos and divide our country so they can continue to expand their radical left agenda until they've silenced all opposing viewpoints. Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If they wanted to deliver results for the American people, they could do it. But their agenda is clear. They don't want to govern. They want to rule and clamp down on any dissent to their radical agenda. And I yield back.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Representative Bush. Oh, yeah.
2 minutes. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise in defense of our nation's school children. I cannot sit idly by and allow white supremacy and hatred to have decision-making power over our students' futures. To my Republican colleagues, let history remember what you did in this moment. A prerequisite for appointment to these committees and for all that we do must be that you love and represent all people, meaning all people. We owe it to our children. We owe it to their parents to have a House Education and Labor Committee that is committed to fighting for a country where all children have an equitable education in an intentionally anti-racist society. Let me say that again, an intentionally anti-racist society. From the Ferguson-Florissant School District in St. Louis to the Normandy, Hazelwood, Riverview Gardens, Jennings, University City School Districts to St. Louis Public Schools, all of our school districts deserve better. Harris-Stowe State University, Missouri, University of Missouri, St. Louis, our tech and trade schools, St. Louis University and Washington University, they deserve better because our teachers and our custodial workers, our cafeteria workers deserve better because our students who don't have a roof to sleep under at night, our students who don't have running water at home, our students who don't have enough to eat deserve better because those living with student debt and those who desire to go to college deserve better. Our parents, they deserve better. We cannot build an equitable anti-racist education system if a seated House Education and Labor Committee member incites violence through the perpetuation of racist lies in an attempt to overturn an election. We cannot build an equitable anti-racist society if a member of Congress endorses white supremacy. We need to strip them of their committee assignments. And then we must pass my resolution, HRES 25, to investigate and expel them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The hypocrisy here is an outrage. My fellow Georgian Congresswoman Greene stood right here in this House and took full responsibility for her statements. That's more than we can say for any of the many in this chamber who have made outrageous, hate-filled, and vile statements and comments over the past years and recent months in particular. For example, a Democrat member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee has repeatedly made blatant anti-Semitic statements. She still holds her position. The Democratic chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee encouraged supporters to aggressively assault anyone who supported President Trump. She still holds her position. The Speaker of the House has called Republicans enemies of the state. She still has her position. While we watch cities in flames, businesses being destroyed, officers killed, and civilians attacked, a member of the majority party called for further unrest in the streets. She still has her position. I've got 4 pages of similar comments, and this is by no means exhaustive. Inflammatory rhetoric around here has become commonplace, unfortunately. And members of this House have absolutely crossed the line for calling for violence or making other similar remarks. The majority refuses to hold its own members accountable. That is a zenith of hypocrisy and injustice. And I call on and urge our members to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, my friend Ms. Beatty.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. It is a shame that we must use precious time on the floor of the People's House to address the inflammatory remarks of member Marjorie Taylor Greene. But just as we are in the midst of 3 crises of the coronavirus, the economic distress, and social injustice, we must also act against a crisis of extremism and unhinged conspiracy theories. Disturbing and dangerous words and actions like those we have heard and seen from this individual in this House are below, Mr. Speaker, the dignity of a member of Congress. And as they did not stop when we were all sworn in, if anything, these backward views gained a national platform. Well, I stand here to tell you, I will stand up to bullies who threaten students and threaten and celebrate the violence towards our speaker and our colleagues. Today, and yes, as a conscience of the Congress, it is important that we take this step to affirm that conspiracy theories and outrageous lies have no place in the Congress, no place in the People's House, no place, no place.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 4th day of February, here we go. We have a pandemic that's shutting down businesses all across this country. We have schools shut down, causing havoc with our children. We have a national debt of over $30 trillion. We have seniors wondering if their Social Security payment will be suspended due to anticipated bankruptcy. We have a Democratic Party focusing today and yesterday on bypassing the legislative process and issuing executive orders, defunding our police departments, destroying our energy dependence, shutting off our production of oil and gas, allowing men to identify as women and go into any bathroom of choice. And what is the majority spending the hard-earned tax dollars today? Attempting to throw a member of our party who was duly elected by something purportedly not said before she got into Congress. Here's what I would ask. Throw us all off the committees. Throw all of us off. God, I hope the American people see what you're doing. And this is nothing more than an abuse of power, than a party drunk with power. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. A gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to Representative Hayes from Connecticut.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this motion on behalf of my constituents in Connecticut's 5th District. The statements made by the representative from Georgia have amplified horrific and deeply dishonest rhetoric and empowered and mainstreamed fringe conspiracy theories about school shootings. Giving any member the platform to spread dangerous rhetoric only rewards and normalizes this behavior, places already vulnerable groups in danger, and further traumatizes survivors. There is no place in this House for a member that trivializes these events or refuses to publicly disavow her own words or apologize to those affected. Mr. Speaker, there are men and women on both sides of the aisle whom I strongly disagree with, colleagues who have made statements that have deeply offended me, yet I have never believed we should remove them from committees or this body. But today is different. We are forced to make this motion not because of a disagreement in values or opinions, but because the Republican conference has refused to take any actions addressing dangerous comments made by a member, comments which have no place in common discourse and cannot be given a platform to be amplified. While I remain respectful of the voters in Georgia, we have a responsibility as a body to hold our own members accountable, and I would vote in the same way if a member of my own caucus had committed the same infractions. No member of Congress, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will be in order.
No member of Congress should promote conspiracy theories or sow doubt about the validity of tragic mass casualty events like Sandy Hook, Parkland, and others. No parent should ever have to invite a member of Congress to visit their child's grave or touch the bullet-ridden clothing that their child wore to prove that their death actually happened. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of this House always tells members to vote our district. Today, I vote as an act of conscience in defense of my district. I vote for the babies who left for school 8 years ago and never returned home, and the teachers who died trying to protect them. I will vote for millions of educators.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an extra 15 seconds.
Today, I will vote for millions of educators who stand bravely before students while they lead lockdown drills and whisper quietly to them while sheltering in place that school is still safe. I will vote yes on this resolution for the parents and the communities who want real debate that produces real solutions for keeping schools and communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my new colleague from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who grew up in a communist country where people were punished for expressing their opinions, I have an enormous appreciation for our First Amendment rights. This is a core principle our nation was founded on. I might not like many things that my colleagues from both parties have to say. Sometimes I think these crazy things, but I still will vigorously defend their First Amendment rights and rights of free speech, especially what they've said as private individuals before. And voters will decide if they're right representatives for them. It's a slippery slope to start policing people's opinion, and our Congress will start resembling a communist politburo if we're not careful. I would really like my colleagues to think before they make this vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend and neighbor from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've heard a lot here today. So in closing, let me remind my colleagues that we were sent here not only to uphold the Constitution, but to uphold a standard of conduct. Let me share with you what should have happened. What should have happened is some remorse for the pain that the gentlewoman from Georgia has caused, and acknowledged that pain, the damage that she has caused, the violence she has advocated. I would have hoped that she would have realized, like so many of us have, the awe and gravity of serving in this institution, and that despite all the harm that the words and actions she's taken have caused. That now that she's a member of this body, she truly understands and is sorry she stalked a teenager who was a victim of a mass shooting. Sorry that she actually suggested that our leader of the House of Representatives should meet a bullet as her end. Sorry that she suggested that President Obama should have his life snuffed out. But none of that happened. And that is why she has forfeited the right to serve on committees in this House of Representatives. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose this unprecedented power grab orchestrated by the Democrats. Much has been said about what my colleague from Georgia has spoken of in her past, but the past is past. I do not believe Congress has jurisdiction to relitigate what a member of this body said before they took their solemn oath of office. That is an issue to be adjudicated by her constituents at the ballot box in the 14th District of Georgia, not here in Congress. Without question, this body is putting itself on an extremely dangerous path, a path that opens the door to allowing the majority party to strip the minority party members of their committees based on statements made or beliefs held before holding office. It is clear the resolution before us is not about my colleague. It is about Democrats seizing upon an opportunity to further suppress the rights of the minority party, to silence a bold member of the opposition, and to thereby further their socialist agenda. Members of Congress have a duty to uphold themselves to the highest standards, and I know Marjorie is doing just that. I expect no less from my Democratic colleagues, which is why this resolution must not pass. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day and a difficult day for the House of Representatives and for our country. I have had the great honor of serving this body for 40 years. And in that time, I have never encountered a situation like the one before us. Now, where a member has made such vile and hurtful statements, engaged in harassment of colleagues, and expressed support for political violence. None of us should take any pleasure in what we must do today. But to do nothing would be an abdication of our moral responsibility to our colleagues, to the House, to our values, to the truth, and to our country. A great forebearer of legislators, Edmund Burke, famously declared, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Yesterday, the Republican conference chose to do nothing. So today, the House must do something. I've heard some condemnation from across the aisle of the contents of Representative Greene's statements. Some have condemned the white supremacist and anti-Semitic things she said and posted online. Some have condemned the falsehoods she shared about 9/11 and the horrific school shootings. But I have heard little from Republicans about the horrific statements made by their colleague making threats of violence against Democratic elected officials and her threatening conduct towards Representative Bush and others. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be much silence when it comes to her incitement of political violence. In the Washington Post yesterday, columnist Greg Sargent wrote, and I quote, "Whatever happens to Greene, Representative Greene, the truth is unavoidable. Republicans have yet to offer a clear and unambiguous declaration that political violence is unacceptable and has no place in their ranks."
And I've heard too much about process and not enough about accountability. No member ought to be permitted to engage in the kind of behavior that Representative Greene has and face zero consequences. This vote can be a first step in correcting the error of those who so far have chosen to do nothing. A short while ago, Representative Greene came to this floor to defend her indefensible conduct. I heard no apology. She claimed that we are here today only because of some things she wrote online before she ever ran for Congress. And if one's moral slate is wiped clean when one becomes a candidate for office. Regardless, the conduct we are judging today continued to occur even after Representative Greene became a candidate and even after she was elected. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to look at this image. I heard about motherhood today. Two of those women, between them, have 6 children. They're mothers. One of them does not have children. And she's come to this body asking for more housing for people, for more health care for people, for more income for people. How awful. And they're not the squad. They're Elon. They're Alexandria. And they're Rashida. They are people. They are our colleagues. And yes, you may have disagreements. But I don't know anybody, including Steve King, who you precluded from going on committees, for much less. And this is an AR-15 in the hands of Ms. Greene. This was on Facebook just a few months ago. That is a message of peace and reconciliation and peaceful democratic dialogue. The squad's worst enemy, AR-15, in hand.
Sounds like the guns I fled.
I have never, ever seen that before. Is this a precedent-setting event? It is. Because the conduct, the tweeting, the QAnon association, I heard the disavow of QAnon, I learned more. AR-15, squad's worst nightmare. Is that what was intended to do? That each one of these ladies would have a nightmare about somebody with a gun. An AR-15 can carry up to a clip of 60 bullets. I urge my colleagues to look at that image and tell me what message you think it sends. Here she is, armed with a deadly assault rifle, pointing it toward 3 Democratic members. Now, the pictures are put together, you understand. They were not present. I understand that. And she captioned it, the squad's worst nightmare. Yes, some people are having nightmares and fear. And some people who wanted to give other people nightmares committed sedition and broke into the House of Representatives and tried to stop us electing a president of the United States. These three faces are real people. There are three reasons we're here. But there are many other reasons we're here today. In 2019, during the same election cycle in which she ran, showed support for comments online that the quickest way to remove Speaker Pelosi from power would be, and I quote, a bullet to the head. Did any of you hear Steve King say anything like that? You removed him from all of his committees. But as I said, you did nothing. As a matter of fact, gave a standing ovation, as I understand. I wasn't there. What message does that send? What message does it send us? Have a standing ovation to give these three women nightmares. Indisputably, these are clear threats to commit or incite political violence. Not from years ago, but just months ago. Imagine the pain that these members' families must be experiencing when they see pictures like this one. Imagine what our children think, their children, or when they know their loved ones are walking the halls of Congress and may encounter harassment as it happened to Representative Bush. So I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, when they take this vote, imagine your faces on this poster. Imagine it's a Democrat with the 8 or 15. Imagine what your response would be, and would you think that that person ought to be held accountable? But when acquiescence to the suggestion of violence or any kind is allowed to go unchecked, it is a cancer that metastasizes on the body politic of our nation, as we saw just a few days ago on the 6th of January. A cancer. That's how Senate Republican leader McConnell described it. He said, loony lies and conspiracy theories are a cancer for the Republican Party and our country. McConnell, should we stand silent in the face of that kind of activity? He continued, somebody who suggested that perhaps no airplane hit the Pentagon on 9/11, that horrifying school shootings were pre-staged, and that the Clintons crashed JFK Jr.'s airplane is not living in reality. It's not me talking. It's not a Democrat talking. It's Senator McConnell. This has nothing to do with the challenges facing American families or the robust debates on substance that can strengthen our parties. My colleagues across the aisle have an opportunity today to reclaim their party from the dangerous cancer of QAnon and violent conspiracy theories that promote and have demonstrably resulted in sedition and insurrection. Senator Romney, you remember Senator Romney? He was candidate for president of the United States on the Republican ticket, nominated in the Republican convention. He said of his party this week, I think we should have nothing to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene and think we should repudiate the things she said and move away from her. Our big tent is not large enough to both accommodate conservatives and kooks. Not my word, his words. A Republican member of the United States Senate. Now, he's not a big buddy of Trump's. So apparently he didn't have to do what Trump suggested he do. And Senator Ernst, conservative woman from Iowa. She doesn't represent the party. I don't want her to be the face of our party. I think this is a great time for us to really talk about what we want to see in the upcoming years and continue to build. We don't need people that are promoting violence or anything like that. That's a Republican conservative senator. Republican senator and former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, said, a conservative Republican senator. That's not what the Republican Party stands for. Let me suggest to you, if it's not, vote with us. Vote with the House, not Democrats. Vote with the House of Representatives. Vote with good order and peace. Furthermore, Senator Young of Indiana said there ought to be no place in the Republican Party for the kind of views espoused by Representative Greene. That's what McCarthy said when you kicked King off all of his committees. This is not something you haven't done. However, sadly, you left it to us to do your job. Representative Cole called her statements extraordinarily disturbing. He said that yesterday. It's an old quote. And Senator Thune asked his fellow Republicans in the House, do they want to be the party of limited government? I think the answer to that is yes. Or do they want to be the party of conspiracy theories and QAnon? Furthermore, Senator Young of Indiana said there ought to be no place in the Republican Party for the kind of views espoused by Representative Greene. That's what your Republican colleagues have said. This is not partisan. This is about principle. And you can shake your head as much as you want. This is not about party. It's about whether or not you will vote for decency and truth, not being members' worst nightmare. I hope we can do it together. All of us embracing our humanity and our basic adherence to the Constitution. Edmund Burke, who I'd quoted earlier, said, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Let us not do nothing. I often share another passage spoken so long ago by Edmund Burke when a new member arrives to serve in the House. It concerns the duty of a representative has to his or her constituents. His conclusion on that matter is that we owe them our unbiased opinion, mature judgment, and enlightened sense of conscience. What does your conscience tell you to do in light of this kind of assertion? Nothing? Burke told his own constituents that these virtues a representative does not derive from your pleasure, nor from the law and the Constitution. They are trust from providence, for the abuse of which you are deeply answerable. Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays it instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. This is not about polling. This is not about your base. This is about your conscience and your moral judgment. In other words, each of us ought to look inside our hearts to the answer we know is right and is best for the House and for our country. If the Republican Party, for less toxic language, took committee assignments away from Steve King, should they do less in this instance? There is no doubt that if somebody came to the Congress and had said before they came to Congress, I am for violent revolution against the government of the United States of America, that your party would say that's not somebody we want to be associated with. That's not what she said. I do not assert that. But should we do less than you did for Steve King, for far less toxic language? Let us not do nothing. Mr. Speaker, let us do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today is really about one party single-handedly canceling a member of the other party because something said before that member was even elected. This isn't about agreeing or disagreeing with the comments. This is about Democrats abusing their power and using it to cancel. This sets a very dangerous precedent. There are members across the aisle who have said alarming things recently. They've made anti-Semitic comments repeatedly. They've made anti-American comments repeatedly. And they've made comments threatening violence repeatedly. Cancel culture should not take over our country. Cancel culture should not take over our tech platforms. And cancel culture certainly should not take over the House of Representatives. We need to let the gentlelady from Georgia serve and to allow her constituents to judge her performance at the ballot box. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentlewoman,
I'll reserve. I'm prepared to close as well.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry, as I said earlier. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. Sadly, though, here we are today to effectuate another partisan power grab. The Democrat majority has taken unprecedented steps to marginalize Republicans just because we have not done what they want us to do, and that's wrong. There's a reason that neither party holds a majority on the Ethics Committee, and the reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in political and partisan fashion. The majority should withdraw this resolution, and if it chooses, pursue this matter properly through the Ethics Committee. If the resolution is not withdrawn, then I'll vote no and hope at some point the Ethics Committee will again be used to serve this body as intended. Our colleagues deserve better, and the House as an institution deserves better. I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just address some of what we've heard today. First, we've heard the argument made by our colleagues that this is something that should go to the Ethics Committee, despite the fact that we have the authority to be here today to tackle something that our friends should have tackled. But then they turn around and say that the Ethics Committee doesn't have jurisdiction for anything that's been said before a member is elected, thereby creating a loop that will result in no accountability, zero accountability for any of the horrific sayings, any of the horrific actions that have been promoted by Representative Greene on social media and in her words. We also heard that this would deepen what we're doing here, risk deepening dangerous divisions. The dangerous divisions that exist in our country resulted in an attack on this Capitol, putting all of our lives at risk. We're trying to stop the divisions in our country by not giving a platform to the kinds of conspiracy theories that help to inflame them. We heard that this is cynical and hypocritical. Mr. Speaker, is there anything more cynical and hypocritical than to be told on the floor of this House that the minority leader was prepared to take Ms. Greene off of the committee, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was a political decision he was willing to consider. And finally, we heard that Ms. Taylor Greene, that Representative Greene has apologized for this. She came to the floor today. She acknowledged that 9/11 happened. She acknowledged that school shootings are real. And she acknowledged that she learned some things about QAnon that she didn't know before. There was no apology. There was nothing to address any of the pain and hurt that she's done to my constituents and gun violence survivors in every part of this country and the families who lost loved ones. Mr. Speaker, we need to be here today. This hateful rhetoric is in the real world as well as outside of the halls of Congress, not just here. Memories of the lives we have lost to gun violence are being forsaken by those who baselessly claim those tragedies were false flag events. Online rants about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and racism and conspiracy theories have manifested in real and violent acts. It's not a debating society that we're participating in. This has real impact in the real world. We cannot, and finally I close with this, Mr. Speaker, we're worried about precedent. So am I. So we should all be. And the precedent of rewarding a member of the House by giving her a platform of a congressional committee to amplify dangerous conspiracy theories is one we should never set. Leader McCarthy said so himself. I remind my colleagues again, 2 years ago, he said, any hatred, we take action. Unfortunately, the only action taken by Republican leadership has been to appoint Representative Greene to 2 powerful committees. This resolution condemns the practice of promoting extreme ideologies, conspiracy theories, and anti-government rhetoric. The resolution proclaims that there is no place for such conduct in this Congress or in society. And when Ms. Greene came to the floor today and compared the media to QAnon, it is a reminder of just how important this action is that we're about to take. This is why we must adopt House Resolution 72. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution, gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Recognition.
Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren. Pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on HRes 72. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on HRes 72. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRes 72. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 72. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 72. As the member designated by Mr. Bolton pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Bolton will vote yes on HRes 72. And as the member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRes 72. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRes 72. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 72.
Mr. Bolton votes aye by proxy.
Mr. Wu votes aye by proxy. Mr. Blumenthal votes aye by proxy. Ms. Barrett votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. McEachin votes aye by proxy. Ms. Porter votes aye by proxy. Mr. Brush votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on HRes 72. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on HRes 72.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on HRes 72.
Mr. Payne votes aye by proxy. Mr. Hastings votes aye by proxy. Mr. Mfume votes aye by proxy. Mr. Amadei votes no by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on House Resolution 72. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 72.
Mr.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 72.
Mr. Fallon votes no by proxy. Mr. Ruiz votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on H-Res 72. As a member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
On behalf of Congressman Chuy Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Garcia will be voting yes on H-Res 72.
Mr. Vicente Gonzalez votes aye by proxy. Mr. Vela votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cardenas votes aye by proxy.
Good. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H-Res 72.
purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 72.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desagne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desagne will vote yes on HRES 72.
Ms. Main votes aye by proxy. Mr. Lynch votes aye by proxy. Ms. Jayapal votes aye by proxy. Ms. Lewis Frankel votes aye by proxy. Mr. Cooper votes aye by proxy. Mr. Bowman votes aye by proxy. Mr. Desagne votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on HRES 72.
That pop quiz.
Yeah.
Ms. Lawrence votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRES 72.
For what purpose does the
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on HRES 72. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRES 72.
Ms. Titus votes aye by proxy. Lozano votes aye by proxy. Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H-Res 72.
Mr. Carson votes aye by proxy. Mr. Price of North Carolina votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 72.
Mr. Kirkpatrick votes aye by proxy.
recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform Mr. Lawson will vote yea on HR Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Resolution 72.
Mr. Lawson of Florida votes aye by proxy. Mr. McHenry votes no by proxy.
Gentleman from Missouri.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on HRes 72. And as a member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of House Resolution 72. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H-Res 72.
Mr. Buchanan votes no by proxy. Ms. Watson Coleman votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H-Res 72.
Ms. Trahan votes aye by proxy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H-Res 72.
Ms. Axney votes aye by proxy.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
I am Mr. Newhouse.
On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 199. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The resolution.
House Resolution 95.
It is read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
will now be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that, Madam Speaker, can I ask for the House to be brought into order? The House is not in order. Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to honor the lives of 2 fallen FBI agents, Daniel Alfin and Laura Schwarzenberger. On Tuesday morning, while executing a federal warrant in a child exploitation investigation, Special Agents Daniel Alfin and Laura Schwarzenberger were shot and killed in the line of duty in Sunrise, Florida. This was sadly the FBI's deadliest day since the tragic events on 9/11. It has also been more than 30 years since 2 agents were gunned down together in the line of duty. They died protecting our most vulnerable citizens and the community they loved. Laura Schwarzenberger's specialty was pursuing crimes against children. Her work with the FBI Miami Field Office's Innocent Images National Initiative led to the arrests of those involved in the exploitation of children and sextortion. She leaves behind a husband and 2 children. Daniel Alfin was a veteran agent who led the investigation into a dark website called Playpen, one of the country's largest child pornography operations. He leaves behind a wife and 1 child. These were 2 heroes taken from us way too soon while trying to make our community a safer place to raise our families. We grieve their loss not only to the community they served, but to the families and loved ones they leave behind. They made the ultimate sacrifice, and we will be forever grateful. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to please pause for a moment of silence in memory and honor of these heroes who gave their lives protecting our children.
Thank you.
Debbie, thank you.
Thanks, Debbie.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I am here to speak about a wonderful...
Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
I am here today to speak about a wonderful cause, Dream Like Drew, that promotes awareness of a rare genetic disorder, Cri du Chat. Dream Like Drew was a week-long event starting on May 3rd, where I can't hear myself think.
Their conversations off the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to speak about a wonderful cause, Dream Like Drew, that promotes awareness of a rare genetic disorder, Cri du Chat. Dream Like Drew is a week-long event starting on May 3rd, where students can show their support by wearing unique socks, 1 high and 1 low. Cri du Chat is caused by the deletion of genetic material on the 5th chromosome that can cause delays in motor functions. Dream Like Drew was started by Casey Aiken, a teacher in South Jersey, in honor of her son, Drew Aiken. Drew is an 8-year-old little boy who was diagnosed with Cri du Chat shortly after he was born. He lives life with a positive outlook and mindset that will allow him to achieve his dreams always. Drew is an inspiration to all. And Dream Like Drew is an amazing cause that encourages a discussion on how important acceptance and inclusion is for those with disabilities. God bless him forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a somber spirit and a heavy heart to be able to celebrate the law officers, the police officers who stood their ground on behalf of this citadel of democracy on January 6th. Police officers were beaten, sprayed with mace, hit with stun guns, and beaten with the United States flag and symbols of Nazism. You could see their valiant efforts. The Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police with our own Capitol Police. They stood their ground, being beat continuously by insurrectionists and, of course, domestic terrorists. I want to offer today my deepest appreciation for them and the sympathy for their brothers who were lost in the fight to preserve democracy. Yes, it was a fight because it was an attack on the United States Capitol. We owe them a great deal of gratitude and as well admiration. And I intend to introduce a resolution that will honor all of those who stood their ground and protected this place, members of Congress and others, and were in the midst of a battle where so many were hurt. I express my sympathy and concern for those still hospitalized, and I do say that it is important for us to say the simple words, thank you to the men and women of the United States Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and of course, our National Guard and others. Thank you so very much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, we had a hero lie in honor under the dome of the United States Capitol. United States Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick gave his life to protect the U.S. Capitol, one of our greatest symbols of democracy. I had the opportunity to pay respects to Officer Sicknick in the Capitol Rotunda, which is safe and secure because of his sacrifice, and also the bravery of his fellow Capitol Police officers and other law enforcement. I'm devastated by the loss of Officer Sicknick, and I want to provide my deepest condolences to Officer Sicknick's family and fellow officers. I want each and every Capitol Police officer to know that I am grateful and appreciative of your work here that you do each and every day to protect democracy. All who work here, and you protect all of our constituents who visit. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of Nevada's 3rd District. The pandemic has ravished our economy, especially in Nevada, where the travel and tourism industry is the bedrock of our economy. Nevada is one of the hardest hit states by this pandemic. Currently, we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the country at 9.2%. But we have an opportunity to put this pandemic behind us and to begin to rebuild our economy. And that answer lies in vaccine distribution. We're doing everything we can to get vaccines to those who are eligible, but with limited resources, we're not able to get them out quickly enough. This week, we were able to work with Clark County Commissioner Michael Naft to establish a temporary vaccine site for the residents of Laughlin, a rural community on the border of Arizona, California, and Nevada. Before this site was established, these Nevadans had no vaccination options within an hour's drive of their community. This pandemic needs to be treated like the crisis it is. We need to act swiftly and get states more funding for distribution. I'm urging my colleagues, we must act quickly. We cannot let partisan games get in the way. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Lakeland Fire Chief Doug Riley for being named the 2020 Florida Fire Chief of the Year by the Florida Fire Chiefs Association. Riley was appointed as fire chief in December 2017. He served more than 30 years with the Lakeland Fire Department, holding just about every position there is during his tenure. I was privileged to serve alongside Chief Riley as a Lakeland City Commissioner and as a fellow Rotarian. I've seen firsthand his efforts to build better relationships with his employees, his staff, and the community. Doug Riley continues to go above and beyond to strengthen the fire department and its employees. On behalf of the 15th District of Florida, congratulations to Chief Doug Riley for earning this distinguished honor. The Lakeland community thanks you for your efforts to protect and serve us every day. Well done, Chief, and thank you, Madam. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce the bipartisan Restoring Communities Left Behind Act. This legislation establishes a $5 billion neighborhood infrastructure stimulus program at the Department of Housing and Urban Development to help communities face down the dire COVID-19 economic crisis. I am grateful for the cooperation and leadership of Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib for leading this bill with me, and also to Chairwoman Maxine Waters for encouraging our efforts. In addition to COVID-19, Americans in rural and urban areas are still suffering from the effects of the 2008 Great Recession, decades of job washout and redlining. Wall Street's malfeasance resulted in African Americans alone losing nearly half of their accumulated wealth since the founding of the Republic. Nothing is more important for wealth creation than owning a home. This bill will provide a lifeline for families to restore financial security through home ownership, and the bill is a critical job creation program. By investing in neighborhood infrastructure, we are investing in skills training and creating good paying jobs. The Congress must now act to provide stimulus for neighborhoods to recover so that they emerge more resilient. I look forward to working to include this bill in a larger COVID relief and recovery package and urge my colleagues to support this important housing recovery legislation. I yield back.
Time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of Tommy Lee Exley Sr., who passed away on January 16th. Tommy was a man of integrity who dedicated his life to serving others. In addition to serving his country in the National Guard, he was very active in community service. Tommy served on the Effingham Industrial Development Board and the Effingham Hospital Board for a number of years. He was also an active member of the Lions Club, American Legion, Sunrise Rotary Club, and was even president of the Springfield JCs, which is an organization that identifies community needs and provides solutions by planning and facilitating service projects and funding. Tommy graduated from the University of Georgia, and he was an avid Georgia Bulldogs fan. My thoughts and prayers are with his wonderful family, including the love of his life, BB, as well as his friends during this most difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Are there any further 1 minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. 29 days ago, on January 6th of 2021, insurrectionists attacked our Capitol, seeking to overturn the results of our nation's election. 29 days ago, the glass in and around this very chamber was shattered by gunshots, clubs, by individuals seeking to restrain and murder members of Congress duly elected to carry out the duties of their office. 29 days ago, Officer Sicknick, who just laid in honor yesterday in our nation's capital, was murdered on the steps just outside this hollowed floor. 2 Capitol police officers have lost their lives since, in addition to the 4 other people who died on the events of January 6th. 29 days ago, food service workers, staffers, children, ran or hid for their lives from violence deliberately incited by the former President of the United States. Sadly, less than 29 days later, with little to no accountability for the bloodshed and trauma of the 6th, some are already demanding that we move on, or worse, attempting to minimize, discredit, or belittle the accounts of survivors. In doing so, they not only further harm those who were there that day and provide cover for those responsible, but they also send a tremendously damaging message to survivors of trauma all across this country, that the way to deal with trauma, violence, and targeting is to paper it over, minimize it, and move on. Sadly, this is all too often what we hear from survivors of trauma as the reason why they don't get care, that what they experienced wasn't bad enough or too bad to talk about, or that they are afraid of being invalidated, accused of exaggeration, or making a mountain out of a molehill. As a result, thousands, if not millions, deny themselves the care that they need and deserve to live better lives. 29 days ago, our nation's capital was attacked. That is the big story. And in that big story reside thousands of individual accounts, just as valid and important as the other. Tonight, for this special order, we will begin to hear and commit to the congressional record just some of those many stories. I thank my colleagues who have bravely come forward today to share their accounts. And with that, I yield to my friend, Mr. Welch from Vermont.
I thank the gentlelady. It was an extraordinary day that started out quite beautiful for me. I live across the street, right next to the Supreme Court. And every day, almost without fail, there are demonstrators out on the Supreme Court. They're peaceful. Some of them I agree with, some of them I disagree with, but it's a beautiful sight to see people exercising their First Amendment right. That was a beautiful day, January 6th, and I had time. We weren't scheduled to be here in the House until about 1 p.m. So I did something that is a privilege and just a joy for those of us who serve here in the Capitol. I took a walk from the Supreme Court to the Capitol, down to the Washington Monument, to the Lincoln Memorial, and back. And of course, the Trump protesters at that point were there, as it was their right to be. But on the way back, I became somewhat alarmed as when I got to the White House, it was really much more like a white-hot mob with many folks with bullhorns talking about hanging Mike Pence and using horrible epithets I can't mention here directed towards Nancy Pelosi. As they came back towards 4th Street, I came in sight of and was standing by two groups of people who were about 70 strong and were practicing marching in military formation. And they were chanting as they did, again, a word I can't use here, F those people, talking about the people in this building. And as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said, people in this building were workers. They were Capitol Police who were in this building because they had to do an hour-and-a-half commute to do this job, to protect this building that belongs to the people of this country, so they could then pay the bills for their family and make that hour-and-a-half commute back. It was the cafeteria workers. It was everyday, hard-working, wonderful Americans. Now, at that point, I still didn't think anything about it, because it never occurred to me that with all the anger and hostility I saw, with those groups of people that were marching in a formation, that when I was later sitting up in that gallery with many of my colleagues, as the proceedings were taking place, it never, ever occurred to me that this building would be invaded. I took it for granted. that just couldn't happen. Of course it did. The first sign we had of something amiss is when we saw the security people for our leadership, the speaker, the majority leader, the minority leader, and our majority leader, rush them off the floor. We in the floor on the gallery still had no idea what was going on. Now, in retrospect, we find out the west side of the building was being breached. And one of the police officers said it was like a castle storming. Mr. McGovern took the chair. We began to continue the process of certification of the election until one of the Capitol Police officers told us that tear gas had been fired, that people had breached the building, get out the gas mask, lie on the floor. And then I saw Capitol Police officers with guns from their holsters. And I looked at these men and women, and I tried at that moment to imagine, what was it like for them that they actually had to have a weapon out? They had families. They had responsibility, and whatever fear they may have felt, their duty was to protect us. And they were going to do it, no matter what. And how small I felt at that moment, that because of someone who was doing their duty to protect me, I'm no more worthy than any other person who works in this building, but that's their job. They were threatened. Then, of course, we heard the shot when the mob was getting in to the door of the speaker's lobby. And then to get us out, they had to bring us all the way across this chamber to the far door. And we got stopped right over here where these two doors were being breached. And we heard the sound and saw the poles that were being pushed through. And you know the rest, we're going to hear more stories. But I want to say that in listening to my colleagues and experiencing it myself where I had some fear, but then we were okay, the two things that just stay with me are that the tradition we've had in this country that's so commonplace that we do it every 4 years, a peaceful transfer of power, and how extraordinary it is that we do that every 4 years, was shattered. And the second thing is that we saw something that allowed Jim Crow to thrive for over 100 years after the Civil War, and that was the use of violence as a political tactic. And we now have a Capitol ringed by these 7-foot fences with concertina wire. So the trauma that we're feeling, working in the sense of isolation, is the trauma to our democracy. Our goal, our responsibility, is to restore that and not be defeated. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to my friend from New York, Mr. Adriano Espaillat.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for organizing this special order hour this evening. As the events of January 6th are still burning in the memories of all of us, as well as millions and millions of Americans across the nation. Although some people would like to deny that it never happened or sweep it under the rug, it continues to burn in everybody. The images are so aggressive that they still burn in the memories of millions upon millions of Americans. I started that day as I start every day. I came to my office at 8:30 in the morning. We couldn't get I couldn't get through Independence Avenue because it was shut down. So I came through the back of my office building. And I noticed that I was walking on the sidewalk with some of the protesters, unimpeded. I felt as though security was very lax. No one stopped them. They were walking right next to me. They were around here as early as 8:30 in the morning. I went to my office, and as I proceeded at one point to leave my office to come down to the floor, I was informed that the Capitol had been breached. So we stayed in our office, and two police officers came to the office trying to escort us out and trying to take me to a site, a room in another office building where other members were to protect us. I decided to stay in my office with my team, and we locked ourselves in there. I could see from my window some of the protests. You see, this assault against the Capitol was not just concentrated on the Capitol steps, it was everywhere, really. And of course, at about 8 o'clock at night, a little bit before that, I came here to conclude the proceedings. I felt it was very important that we completed our work for the night and not be intimidated by that mob. Democracy could never be intimidated. And so I came here very early. I walked around as agents went around the Capitol and this floor securing evidence. And the scene was pretty horrifying, of furniture stuck up against the walls and blood stains right outside where someone was shot, was being mopped. And so this is a traumatic experience for all of us on both sides of the aisle and for our nation. It cannot be swept under the rug. We must get to the bottom of this. We must find out if there was members of this body who aided and abetted that angry mob, who instructed them of the whereabouts of Speaker Pelosi. You see, that mob came here saying they wanted to assassinate her and they wanted to hang the vice president. So if anybody in this body assisted someone that clearly had an intent to attempt to murder someone, they're an accessory to that crime. And we must look at that evidence. Ultimately, we need to have the truth. And if we want unity in this body, we need the truth. If we want unity in America, we need the truth. That is what will unite us. We must have a deep dive, a deep investigation into what occurred. Did any of our colleagues text, email, or tweet the whereabouts of Speaker Pelosi? Did anybody tweet or share information about the labyrinth of tunnels and hallways in this Capitol building? They seem to know their way around. So the truth is important for the unity of our nation. This is a beautiful building and a temple of democracy. But Congress is not this building. It is each and every one of us, and by extension, the people that we represent. So an attack against us was an attack against our constituents. We are their voices here. And we must take a good look at what occurred. We must not sweep this under the rug. We must continue to ascertain and get all the facts and evidence to determine who played a pivotal role in perpetrating this crime. Only then we will have unity. Only then, through truth, we will have peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
Thank you. I now yield to my colleague from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the gentlelady from New York, first of all, for her courage and for convening us together. And I might say to the gentlelady that we're not doing this for ourselves. We have taken an oath of office. I have said this many times today as we debated a question of the status of a member. We took an oath to defend this nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we realize that that oath is really above our own personal safety. That if we were called upon by this nation to defend her, to defend our constituents, I would venture to say that most members would stand by their constituents and this nation. This should not be taken as members fleeing out of fear, but it should be taken as an explanation and an expose of what happened in this place, how it was desecrated, undermined, diminished, how the American people watched this precious place. For those of us who've been here, I fled this place on 9/11. We were in a meeting and all you could hear is a lot of noise. And members continuing to meet, not wanting to be disturbed, did not move until an officer or screaming came and we heard the noise saying, "We don't know what's going on, but get out." In that instance, we fled and all we could hear was, "Run as fast as you can and hit the ground way on the other side near First Street in the Supreme Court." I could see the billowing smoke and the plane that had hit the Pentagon. And so that fleeing, of course, was because we were told to do so. But members began to look for their staff and want to know what they could do. It was different from having a pandemic. It was different from the setting here, except for the fact that members cared about what was going on in their constituency and their staff. Here we were in the same way. Members were protecting their staff in their offices. So I want this not to be about us, but the story needs to be told. And as you've already heard, there were those of us participating in this debate, some on the floor, some in the gallery. And I will tell you that the first thing I saw, Congresswoman, because we did not know of the huge crowds down near the White House. We didn't know that there were people dancing to music inside the White House, watching activities of attack here. But we didn't know about the major speech that was provoking a crowd of insurrectionists that had planned to come here and kill people. But the first thing I saw was good friends here rising up out of seats and moving out quickly. And only after they began to move did we hear the words, "Hurry up, get out, flee." Not necessarily flee, but first words I heard was our good leadership telling the doors to be closed. Thank them for that, our Sergeant of Arms who are here in this place. As we fled, we could hear the attack coming from the Senate side, and then we could hear the shooting that occurred right outside in the cloakroom area. And we crouched there, and some of my good colleagues and I began to pray. I started out by saying this is not about us, but it's about truth. And as I mourned and honored Officer Sicknick as he was honored by being in a state of honor in this house, I was reminded of the many officers, Capitol Hill and Metro Police, that are in hospitals, that are still hurting, and that are still suffering. And I said earlier this evening that I offer to them my deepest concern and sympathy and respect, and I'll be introducing a resolution to honor them. But I think the importance of this reliving what we went through is, as I've heard from my colleagues, we must get to the bottom of this. We cannot let white supremacy, which is now the #1 terrorist activity or terrorist group in America, more so than foreign terrorists, dominate the goodness of what this democracy and this Constitution stands for. We can't let the idea of free speech be the source of the fueling of hatred and anger that turns to violence. We can't let individuals storm this building and call for the killing of the vice president or the killing of the Speaker of the House or the putting on plastic cuffs on members of Congress. We can't frighten members of Congress in their offices. We cannot allow this kind of attack on voices like the gentlelady from New York who simply wants to tell truth. She has freedoms. So I'm here on the floor to say that we shall not be denied. We're never going to give up our love for democracy, nor its vitality. Nor are we going to let this country be dominated by the insurrectionists who came to this place to do nothing but act in a bloodthirsty manner. We're not afraid of you. And yes, on behalf of all of those officers that the video showed us that were beaten by American flags, beaten with signs of Nazism, we're going to get to the bottom of this for you. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to find out why the information came from the FBI to the city of Washington, D.C. and their police, and it was evidence that it was given to the brass here, but that there was no response in terms of the kind of equipment or the numbers of officers that were there, or why wasn't permission given to the mayor of the city of Washington to call up the National Guard? Why did this president deny access to the National Guard to protect not us, but this place of democracy? So I am grateful for this opportunity. We have work to do, but I think the greatest statement that we can make tonight, that we're in the light of day on this floor, as I said before, not for us, but to be able to stand in the shoes of all of those sheroes and heroes who fought in different ways, whether it was in the peace movement, whether it was in the civil rights movement, Black Power movement, whether it was Cesar Chavez fighting for farm workers, people who fought to make a difference for goodness. For all of those patriots, all of those fallen leaders, some assassinated like Dr. Martin Luther King, we cannot stand and allow the voices of those who provided horror to this place to suggest to the world that they have overcome us. I close by simply saying to the world that we had a day, January 6th, an attack on this place. Insurrectionists and domestic terrorists penetrated the United States Capitol, but they never penetrated the strength of the Constitution and our values and our commitment to protect democracy, but also to give respect and comfort to those who lost their lives on that day or thereafter in terms of our law enforcement officers, and sadness for those, unfortunately, that lost their life by being misguided, but also to be able to say that this is a place that we will hold sacred and we will be victorious, and white supremacy, insurrectionists, and also domestic terrorism will not prevail over us. We will win, and we'll win for the many Americans who believe in the goodness of this country. I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me, and thank her so very much for her courage again. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back to the gentlelady.
Of course. Thank you, Representative Jackson Lee. I now yield to my colleague, Mr. Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota.
I want to thank you, my friend, the gentle lady from New York, for organizing tonight and for inspiring rising generations of Americans, including my own daughters, to dream bigger and to do better. I want to thank you. And I want to start my remarks by addressing those who have belittled, dismissed, minimized, or criticized anyone who has experienced trauma of any type, at any time, in any form. To you, I say I take pity on you, and I say shame on you. I was in this very room on January 6th when the insurrection began. I was one of 20 colleagues up in the gallery, just over my shoulder, who had to take cover behind our seats on the floor and struggled to activate our gas masks. The whizzing sounds, the collective whizzing sounds in this room, of which none of us will ever forget. We know the sound of the breaking glass, of the screams, and of the furniture being moved in front of the doors. We know the feeling of being trapped in this room and believing that being taken hostage may be the best case scenario. We know what it feels like searching for something, anything, with which to defend ourselves, and realizing a pencil is about all we had. And we know what it feels like thinking that it's a real possibility that we would not see our families and loved ones again. We won't forget. We won't forget. But I'm not here this evening to seek sympathy or just to tell my story, rather to make a public apology for recognizing that we were sitting ducks in this room as the chamber was about to be breached. I screamed to my colleagues to follow me across the aisle to the Republican side of the chamber so that we could blend in, For I felt that the insurrectionists who were trying to break down the doors right here would spare us if they simply mistook us for Republicans. But within moments, I recognized that blending in was not an option available to my colleagues of color. So I'm here tonight to say to my brothers and sisters in Congress and all around our country, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. For I had never really understood, what privilege really means. It took a violent mob of insurrectionists and a lightning bolt moment in this very room. But now I know. Believe me, I really know. But I want to close with an invitation, a hopeful invitation at that, to everybody watching or listening. Whether you experienced January 6th right here in this room, whether you were barricaded in an office across the street, or whether, like most Americans, you experienced it through a television screen. Please do not allow that day to change you for the worse. Rather, please find something in it to improve yourself, to improve our country, and to improve our world. I surely did, and I hope you'll join me. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Phillips, for your extraordinarily powerful account. And I now yield to my friend from Pennsylvania, Representative Mary Gay Scanlon.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from New York for arranging this really important special order hour. You know, every day we are so grateful for the hard work and support of our congressional staff. Many of them are young enough to be my children, but they serve Congress and our country with brilliance and honor every single day. So this evening, I want to read a letter signed by nearly 400 congressional staffers to their senators, because they don't often have a voice on this floor, but their words are so raw and so heart-wrenching. Here's their letter entitled An Open Letter to Members of the U.S. Senate. We are staff who work for members of the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives, where it is our honor and privilege to serve our country and our fellow Americans. We write this letter to share our own views and experiences, not the views of our employers. But on January 6th, 2021, our workplace was attacked by a violent mob trying to stop the Electoral College vote count. That mob was incited by former President Donald J. Trump and his political allies, some of whom we pass every day in the hallways at work. Many of us attended school in the post-Columbine era and were trained to respond to active shooter situations in our classrooms. As the mob smashed through Capitol Police barricades, broke doors and windows, and charged into the Capitol with body armor and weapons, many of us hid behind chairs and under desks or barricaded ourselves in offices. Others watched on TV and frantically tried to reach our bosses and colleagues as they fled for their lives. On January 6th, the former president broke America's 230-year legacy of the peaceful transition of power when he incited a mob to disrupt the counting of Electoral College votes. 6 people died. A Capitol police officer, one of our co-workers who guards and greets us every day, was beaten to death. The attack on our workplace was inspired by lies told by the former president and others about the results of the election in a baseless, months-long effort to reject votes lawfully cast by the American people. Our Constitution only works when we believe in it and defend it. It's a shared commitment to equal justice, the rule of law, and the peaceful resolution of our differences. Any person who doesn't share these beliefs has no place representing the American people, now or in the future. The use of violence and lies to overturn an election is not worthy of debate. Either you stand with the Republic or against it. As congressional employees, we don't have a vote on whether to convict Donald J. Trump for his role in inciting the violent attack at the Capitol, but our senators do. And for our sake and the sake of our country, we ask that they vote to convict the former president and bar him from ever holding office again. And it's signed by nearly 400 congressional staff. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter their letter and their signatures into the congressional record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Scanlon. I now yield to my colleague from California, Representative Mark Takano.
Thank you, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, for leading this special order hour, and thank you for the bravery you exhibited by sharing your story. Thank you so much. Well, January 6th was unlike any other day I lived through during my time in Congress. I awoke with Georgia on my mind, with hope in my heart, after the runoff victories delivered us a Senate Democratic majority. And that morning, it felt like we were turning the page on a dark chapter and entering a chapter of reckoning, progress, and ultimately unity. To finally turn that page, Congress needed to count the Electoral College votes and certify the historic election of President Biden and Vice President Harris. But that was supposed to be a perfunctory procedural action. But it became instead the target of an angry mob incited by the president, who encouraged that very mob to interfere and stop the counting of the ballots. And too many of my Republican colleagues empowered the lies that Trump told instead of standing up for the truth and for our democracy. I had followed press reports that early in that day. I followed press reports about a rally being organized by Trump supporters in Washington, and my staff warned me to be careful as I carried out business in and around the Capitol. I got to the Capitol early. because I did not want to run into too many crowds. But I never imagined what was coming after Trump encouraged his supporters at a rally to storm the Capitol and disrupt the Electoral College count. About midday, shortly before 1 o'clock, I was returning back to my Cannon office building when the Capitol Police told me, "Sir, we are closing down Cannon. We are evacuating Cannon. You need to go either to Longworth House office building or Rayburn and take cover." So I followed the instructions. I made my way back to Longworth, where I took refuge in a colleague's office. And eventually I made it to a secure location in the Veterans Affairs Committee offices in the Longworth basement. It was there my phone started to blow up with anxious constituents who asked me if I was okay, and they made me aware of what was going on outside. I turned on the television and I could not believe what I was seeing. What I saw was Capitol Police being overwhelmed and the violent mob of Trump supporters breaking into the Capitol and bringing the Electoral College vote count to a halt. And as the violence unfolded, I have to say I was in a secure location, as safe as I could be for that moment. I was fine but shaken, concerned about what this meant for our democracy. I worried about the safety of my colleagues. I worried about the safety of the staff. I wondered when the National Guard would arrive, when reinforcements would arrive, because it was extraordinarily distressing to see our Capitol Police so greatly outnumbered by the crowd. I was safe, however, and I turned out to be fine, and I still am fine. But that is not the case for everyone. And unlike my colleagues and me who are here, most of the people who lived through the horrors of that day, they can't share their experiences on the floor of the House today. I'm here to give voice to and acknowledge the experience of hundreds of congressional staffers, Capitol support staff, maintenance workers, Capitol police officers who also lived through that deadly insurrection. They experienced and lived the trauma, and it is just as valid and real as the stories that are being shared here today. Staff barricaded themselves in office. They heard banging on the doors from insurrectionists who could harm them. Staff also evacuated the House chamber and gas masks, and they were alone, gathering any items they could use as weapons in case the insurrectionists broke into this very room they were sheltering in. They were in danger as well. This is their workplace. Hundreds of people who answer the phones and keep our buildings running and keep us safe every day. When you run for office, you are confronted with the reality that you may be putting yourself in harm's way. Staff didn't ask for this. They didn't sign up for this particular job. They didn't sign up to be put up in harm's way. And they shouldn't have had to have dealt with an attack like this. They were just doing their jobs. And those who lived through that dangerous day or watched as the Capitol was attacked from home are also experiencing pain and trauma. And to them, I say, what you're feeling is valid, and we're here to support you. And don't let anybody gaslight or diminish or belittle what happened on January 6th. It was a serious event. And over the past few weeks, I learned that following the insurrection, the Office of Employee Assistance has been overwhelmed with requests for counseling and support from our staff. And after my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and I were made aware of this overwhelm at the Office of Employee Assistance, we worked with the VA to bring mobile vet centers to the Capitol complex to provide mental health services and resources to Capitol Police, the National Guard deployed at the Capitol, congressional staff, journalists, and anyone who needs it. I visited one of the vet centers this morning, and they told me vaguely, Congressman, the numbers are there. The numbers, out of confidentiality, we won't tell you how many, but people are using these centers and they're asking for help. The mobile vet centers can accept walk-in appointments every day, including weekends from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And if someone would like to schedule a next day appointment, they may call the Washington, D.C. Vet Center at 202-726-5212. And I just want to emphasize, you do not have to, if you work at the Capitol as part of the Capitol workforce, whether you work as a maintenance worker, whether you work as a staffer, this is available to you. I thank my colleagues and the staff who keep our democracy running. The only way to make this right and to help heal our nation is for the Senate to do the right thing and hold Donald Trump accountable for the insurrection he incited. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Congressman Cortez.
I now yield to Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan.
Thank you so much to my colleague for her incredible courage. I asked her to go last because I get because this is so personal. This is so hard because, as many of my colleagues know, my closest colleagues know, on my very first day of orientation, I got my first death threat. It was a serious one. They took me aside. The FBI had to go to the gentleman's home. I didn't even get sworn in yet, and someone wanted me dead for just existing. More came later, uglier, more violent. One celebrating and writing the New Zealand massacre and hoping that more would come. Another mentioning my dear son, Adam. Mentioning him by name. Each one paralyzed me each time. So what happened on January 6th, all I could do was thank Allah that I wasn't here. I felt overwhelming relief, and I feel bad for Alexandria, so many of my colleagues that were here. But as I saw it, I thought to myself, thank God I am not there. I saw the images that they didn't get to see until later. My team and I decided at that point, we'd keep the death threats away. We'd try to report them, document them, to keep them away from me, because it just paralyzed me, and all I wanted to do was come here and serve the people that raised me. The people that told my mother, who only had 8th grade education, that she deserves human dignity. People that believed in me. And so it's hard. It's hard when my 7 brothers and 6 sisters beg me to get protection, many urging me to get a gun for the first time. And I have to tell you, the trauma from just being here, existing as a Muslimah, is so hard. But imagine my team, which I lovingly just adore. They are diverse. I have LGBTQ staff. I have a beautiful Muslimah that wears her hijab proudly in the halls. I have Black women that are so proud to be here to serve their country. And I worry every day for their lives because of this rhetoric. I never thought that they would feel unsafe here. And so I ask my colleagues to please try not to dehumanize what's happening. This is real. And you know, many of our residents, from the shootings in Charlottesville to the massacre at the synagogue, all of it is led by hate rhetoric like this. And so I urge my colleagues to please take what happened on January 6th seriously. It will lead to more death, and we can do better. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tlaib. And I think that what the representative speaks to is so powerful and so important, because when we attack not just members of Congress for their and focus on them because of their gender, their faith, their race, their creed, we make everyone on this complex feel unsafe and feel less than safe, because our seats do not belong to us. They belong to the people of the United States. And we as members who come in and leave this chamber are not permanent fixtures. But there are so many others in this country who see themselves in the 435 members of this body. And to see individual members targeted, demeaned, singled out by virtue of how they were born is to single out and demean so many people in this country who see themselves on this floor. And with that, I'm so incredibly proud to yield to another powerful woman and leader that so many in our country see themselves in, Representative Cori Bush of Missouri.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you for being such a leader at this time. Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise to reflect on how our office experienced the white supremacist attack on our nation's capital on January the 6th. Everybody's experiences are different, and everybody's experiences must be validated. Everybody's experiences. I remember sitting up in the gallery, listening to floor speeches, knowing that there was supposed to be a protest happening outside, seeing people outside, and thinking that this was just part of the day until something happened. And I just felt the need to stand up and walk out. I walked out and I walked over I went to the steps. I went down a flight and I went to the steps and I went to look to see what's happening outside. And I saw the tip top of flags. And then I saw more of the flags and I could read words. And then after I could read words, I could see people. And then I realized that people were approaching. So I hopped on the nearest elevator and left and made it back to my office safely. And when we came back into our office, we walked in and we started to see on our televisions people breaching doors. And I remember thinking, is this actually what's happening? The more I watched, and people were calling this a protest. Let me say this, that was not a protest. I've been to hundreds of protests in my life. I've co-organized, led and organized protests, not only in Ferguson, Missouri, alongside the amazing Ferguson front line that most people don't even acknowledge. They don't even know their names. They don't even know who died. They don't even acknowledge the amazing people that put their lives and livelihoods on the line for our safety, believing that Black Lives Matter, because they actually do. And we shouldn't have to say it. It should just be true. But it's not evident in our society when we have to continue to say, my life matters. And then they hit us with things like this. And so I remember sitting in the office with my team and just thinking to myself, I feel like I'm back. At this very minute, I feel like I'm back. I feel like this was one of the days out there on the streets when the white supremacists would show up and start shooting at us. This is one of the days when the police would ambush us from behind trees and from behind buildings, and all of a sudden now we're on the ground being brutalized. It felt like one of those days. And I just remember taking a second thinking, if they touch these doors, if they hit these doors the way they hit that door, if they hit these doors and come anywhere near my staff, and I'm just going to be real honest about it, my thought process was, we banging to the end. I'm not letting them take out my people, and you're not taking me out. We've come too far. So, Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise with a message for our Republican colleagues. On January 6th, I thought about January 3rd, and I thought about how we all raised our right hands up and took an oath. Each and every one of us on this very floor, we swore that we will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Even though that Constitution wasn't written for people who look like me, even that Constitution wasn't written by people who look like me, and even though that Constitution cemented an unjust nation for people like me, my team and I got to work and we unveiled legislation to investigate and expel those who were responsible for inciting this attack so that we could defend it, because we have a duty to fight for a more perfect union, because we cannot stand up to white supremacy in this. Because if we cannot stand up to white supremacy in this moment as representatives, then why did you run for office in the first place? No matter what district you represent, no matter where you live, no matter Democrat or Republican, you represent a district that is on average about 700,000 people, meaning you have to resent those who love you, those who despise you, those who voted for you, those who swear they'll never cast a vote for you, people who talk like you and people who don't look like you. Building better communities, building better lives, building a better society. It's not a Democratic or Republican issue. We can't build a better society if members are too scared to stand up and act to reject the white supremacist attack that happened right before our eyes. How can we trust that you will address the suffering that white supremacy causes on a day-to-day basis in the shadows if you can't even address the white supremacy that happens right in front of you in your house? Does your silence speak to your agreement? Is the question. In St. Louis, the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately hospitalizing and killing Black and brown people. Well, I've lived that. We have people dying from gun violence, a crisis that stems from decades of economic disinvestment and disruption from an over-reliance on policing that this very chamber has continually voted to endorse. I've cried those tears. You don't know what that's like. So I ask you today, take a moment to think about what it's like to live what we live through. If you cannot do what's right in the face of blatant, heinous, vile, white supremacist attack like the one we just saw, how will you do right by the Black and brown people you represent, who just want to know that our children will have safety, that our children will have life, and that they will have shelter, because you represent us too. So on January 3rd, we stood together to swear our oath to office to the Constitution. We swore to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, it was attacked by a domestic enemy called white supremacy, and we must stand together now, today, to uphold that oath and hold every single person who helped incite it accountable. Thank you, and I yield back.
So, Bush, and your comments today and how you carry yourself in this chamber every day are just a powerful demonstration of why so many people are inspired by your example. Thank you. Madam Speaker, how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you so much. Lastly, I'd like to close speaking to the individuals, some of the individuals that have already been mentioned, and some of the folks that have already been mentioned in prior remarks. Our staff, our Capitol Police, our House clerks, we thank you. We know how many of you were put in the line of danger because of the job that you have. We know and felt how many staffers were willing to put themselves on the line in order to protect the members that they serve alongside. And that is a weight that no one should have to carry. And so we thank you to our House clerks. We thank you to every single staff member of the United States Congress. We thank you to our food service workers. We thank you to our custodial workers, sweeping up the glass on the floor shattered by white supremacists, cleaning up after their mess. There is not enough ways to say thank you. We thank you. To our Capitol Police, who are willing to defend us, we thank you. And again, to our staffers, we thank you. I would be remiss if I did not specifically thank my staffer right here to my left, Gerardo Bonilla Chavez, who was with me on the day of the attack and who did everything he could to protect me. I want his community to know that he is a hero. I want his parents and his family to know that he's a hero. Our staff already know that he's a hero. And I believe he's a hero too. And I know it's not just him, he'll be the first one to say that. But to every one of our house clerks, we thank you. To our Capitol Police, we thank you. To our food service workers, our custodial workers, every person here that was standing to fight for our democracy, we thank you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. Before I begin, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the topic of my special order.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, in the first days of his administration, President Biden has taken a record-breaking number of executive actions, and he has signed more executive orders than any president in recent history. I'm very proud this evening to be joined by some of my colleagues from the Congressional Western Caucus. And as a group, we represent constituents across the country who have been negatively impacted by these actions of President Biden. On his very first day in office, the president signed an executive order to revoke the presidential permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. This innovative, first of its kind energy project has been in the works for years with local communities, numerous states, and even our neighbor to the north, Canada, investing heavily in its creation. Also, on day one, President Biden directed his acting Secretary of the Interior to issue a 60-day moratorium on new oil and gas leases on federal lands. And then if that weren't enough, to complete the 1-2 punch, a week later, he extended that moratorium indefinitely. Madam Speaker, and I'm confident my colleagues will echo this sentiment. It is unconscionable that President Biden would, during a global pandemic, eliminate thousands of jobs and prevent the creation of thousands more with one flick of his pen. As you will hear from my colleagues, this action was thoughtless and devastating to the hundreds of communities and the millions of Americans who rely on the oil and gas industry. From labor unions, from local small businesses, to rural school districts, conservationists, people all over the country. Now, his long-term goals may very well be well-intentioned. But Madam Speaker, right now, in communities across the country, jobs, revenue, and investment are lost, just disappear. Madam Speaker, what does President Biden propose to do in the meantime? This truly can be described as an attack on American energy and American workers. Over the last 4 years, the Trump administration, the United States has made huge strides towards energy independence, becoming the largest net exporter of energy in the world. President Biden's actions will unilaterally undo this progress. It will threaten our energy security and leave thousands of hardworking American men and women without a job. President Biden has acted without any input or meaningful debate from the members of this Congress who represent those people that are most affected by his orders. Madam Speaker, tonight we are here to make our voices and their voices heard. I'm proud to be joined, as I said, with many of the outstanding members of the Western Caucus, and we have a lot of them that have a lot of great things to say. And my first guest is a member of a new member of our executive committee. He comes from the state of Minnesota, where at least 50,000 jobs are supported by mining in his home state, a tremendous amount of economic activity. So I'm very pleased to yield to the congressman from Minnesota, Mr. Pete Stauber.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I rise with my colleagues today out of serious concern for the well-being of America's workers and American energy independence. Under the Trump administration, America came first. The priority was lowering energy costs for Americans and ending our supply chain dependency, along with supporting high-wage jobs in the energy industry. Sadly, within just 2 weeks, Joe Biden has started destroying much of that progress and setting our nation back. President Biden's executive orders have ended high-wage pipeline jobs on Keystone XL. He has banned oil and gas development on federal lands and forced America to rejoin the unfair Paris Climate Agreement, which gives a free pass to polluters like India and communist China. His actions have serious consequences for my rural district and districts like mine. In my district, gas prices have started to dramatically increase as Joe Biden keeps punishing American families with executive order after executive order. In fact, since November 30th, gas prices have already risen 32 cents and counting. A 60-mile round trip for work is not uncommon in northern Minnesota. Already, that is a $244 a year increase per driver. Imagine what it will be like for middle-class families if these increases continue. Furthermore, Joe Biden's executive order canceling critical projects like the Keystone XL pipeline sends a chilling message to union members nationwide, including in my district, where many are currently working to replace the Line 3 pipeline. Many workers are asking themselves, will Joe Biden cancel their job next? And what about those individuals who were employed with a good-paying, high-quality job working on pipelines or oil fields on our federal lands? Because of Joe Biden's anti-jobs agenda, these individuals are not only being denied a living wage, but the dignity of work. Meanwhile, they will still need to put gas in their vehicles. Prices will keep rising, and the gas they use won't be produced by hardworking Americans any longer. Instead, they will be purchasing gas for their trucks from hostile countries like Russia, Venezuela, and China, all of which have signed the Paris Climate Agreement, but not one of these countries has met their obligation. Madam Speaker, Joe Biden's unilateral executive orders are harmful. It may not be understood here in the Beltway, but my constituents know that these executive orders means job loss and higher energy costs for the American family. It's been less than a month, and Joe Biden has already made his agenda very, very clear. American jobs, American families, and American energy independence are no longer first. At this time of economic uncertainty, I urge the Biden administration to change their reckless course. I urge the Biden administration to abandon the failed Obama-era policies and support an all of the above energy strategy that will create jobs, keep energy costs low, and maintain our energy independence, which will enhance our national security. And by working together to support energy jobs and reduce dependence on foreign nations, we have the chance to create a tomorrow with unimaginable potential. And I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Stauber, for helping to put a human face onto the issue that we're speaking about and the real cost to American citizens. The loss of jobs cannot be understated, and the impact to our communities, to families across this country. So thank you very much. You know, Madam Speaker, a lot of states will be impacted. The whole country will be. But I want to turn to someone from the great state of Texas that you probably know this already. That this ban from President Biden will eliminate 2 million jobs in the oil and gas industry in Texas alone, in one state, representing, I think, probably the epicenter of petroleum refining in this country. Brian Babin from the Houston area, another fine member of our Western Caucus. Congressman Babin, thank you for participating tonight.
Thank you for having this. My good friend from Washington State and a classmate. Good to be here. I stand here today as a proud representative of Houston, Texas, the epicenter of American energy and the catalyst for this country's pursuit of energy independence. But unfortunately, our economic bedrock of oil and gas is under attack, severe attack, by an administration that is eliminating millions of jobs and leaving our national security wide open to the threats from adversaries. An oil and gas moratorium on federal lands is projected to cost America 1 million jobs. Revoking the Keystone XL pipeline permit will cost us 11,000 jobs in 2021 alone and account for the loss of $1.6 billion in gross wages. Rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, which was originally poorly negotiated by President Obama, is projected to cost us 400,000 jobs and is simply a bad deal for the American people and a very good deal for the world's biggest polluter, Communist China. What happened to this new administration's promise to stand up for all Americans? From gas and electric bills to new highways and bridges, to taxes, to putting food on the table, what happens to the oil and gas industry affects all Americans, and killing these jobs will have a ripple effect that will be felt in every home in the nation. Additionally, if we destroy oil and natural gas production here by canceling these pipelines and forcing adherence to wildly burdensome red tape, we will then have to import oil and natural gas from overseas and burn much fuel to get it here. And that means that we'd be paying more for energy that was processed not using the same stringent, clean environmental regulations that we have here in America. No, if we want to stand here and talk about cleaner energy solutions, we have to acknowledge the fact that pipelines are by far the safest and most environmentally friendly way to transport energy. In fact, pipelines have a 99.9% safety record. When we kill energy jobs here in the United States, we are in turn killing clean energy jobs globally. I will yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Babin. Thank you very much for explaining to us and helping us understand the pipeline industry and what that does for our country, how it improves safety and certainly our care for the environment as well. So, absolutely. Next, I'd like to turn from one of our newest members, new to our caucus, but new also to the House Representatives, a young lady from the state of New Mexico, Yvette Harrell, is doing just a great job in the short time that she's been here with us. And let me just tell you a little bit about New Mexico. If you want an example of a state that is reliant on this industry, oil and gas, you have to look no farther than New Mexico. I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but at least 134,000 jobs are supported by that industry. And I know it's a huge part of your state's economy. So Congressman Harold, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman Newhouse, for yielding, and thank you for your leadership in holding the special order. Madam Speaker, with the stroke of a pen, President Biden threatened the economies and public education systems of New Mexico, 7 other Western states, 4 Gulf states, and Alaska. To put it simply, the executive actions he took on behalf of radical environmentalists to stop new oil and gas leases on federal lands is nothing short of disastrous. In New Mexico, over half the oil production and 2/3 of the natural gas production occurs on federal lands. That production employs nearly 120,000 people statewide, and estimates show a ban on new oil and gas leases could cost the state over 60,000 jobs by the end of 2022. Royalty payments and taxes from oil and gas industry contribute more than over 1/3 of our state's general fund. The loss in revenue from this leasing ban will have the greatest impact on the children of New Mexico, as over $1 billion from the oil and gas industry goes to New Mexico public schools every year. Before the ban was announced, I sent a letter to New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham asking how she would make up the lost revenue. I've yet to receive a reply. After the announcement, I introduced the Power Act along with nearly 40 of my Republican colleagues. This bill would prevent the president from halting new oil and gas leasing, along with coal, hard rock mineral, and critical mineral leasing on federal lands without consent of Congress. For too long, Congress has ceded authority over our public lands to the executive branch. This will enable Congress to take back control and stand up for the people we represent. Just yesterday, I also introduced the Protecting New Mexico's Job and Public Education System Act, which would exempt New Mexico from the current ban on new oil and gas leasing. My state would be the most negatively affected in the nation by a leasing ban. More than half of the onshore oil produced on federal lands in the U.S. is produced in New Mexico. I also must point out, Madam Speaker, that the oil and gas industry is not just about filling up our cars and heating our homes. Petroleum-based products are an essential part of our everyday lives. Petroleum-based products include many medical devices, articles of clothing, and even sporting equipment. In response to concerns we raised regarding the loss in oil and gas jobs, the Biden administration said people can just find work in the renewable energy sector. Well, Madam Speaker, that just is not good enough. In fact, statistics show workers involved in oil and gas extraction make an average of $48 an hour. How do I tell my constituents to go earn much less than that in other industries? In a time when our economy has been weakened by the COVID-19 pandemic and many of our constituents are out of work, we should be focused on protecting good-paying jobs, not eliminating them. I look forward to working with my Western Caucus colleagues over the coming weeks to promote this message and to give a voice to our constituents whose lives will be harmed by the executive actions of the Biden administration. I want to thank Chairman Newhouse again for hosting this special order, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Harrell. I appreciate you helping us understand the impact to the state of New Mexico, not just jobs, but schools as well. $1 billion cost to the school districts of your state. I just can't imagine the long-term detrimental impacts that will bring. And speaking of that, I'd like to turn to another gentleman from the state of Texas, someone I got to know very well on the Rules Committee. Michael Burgess represents his district in Texas, and similar to what we just heard from New Mexico, I believe Texas school districts also, through property taxes on oil and gas production, on pipelines, on gas utilities, receive at least $1 billion a year as well. So Dr. Burgess, thank you so much for being here this evening and helping us tell the American people the real impacts of these decisions.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and congratulations to you for your chairmanship of the Western Caucus. And I appreciate you including me in this discussion this evening. On the way to get ready to come over here, here's a bit of breaking news. Politico and their online newsletter, 6:30 tonight. The headline, Biden's plans for economic recovery imperiled by swelling ranks of long-term jobless. The first sentence reads, millions of Americans are staring at the reality of long-term unemployment, a precarious and worsening situation that threatens to drag on the economic recovery after the pandemic ends. You know what? I remember when Democrats used to be the champion of the working class, the champion of the working man and woman. But long-term unemployment is so damaging to people's families and people's lives. Suspending the production on federal lands, granted, Texas doesn't have the amount of federal lands that some of the other Western states do, but it affects us. And Todd Staples, our former agriculture commissioner in the state of Texas, now the head of the Texas Oil and Gas Association, writes in January, banning energy development on federal lands and offshore waters not only threatens thousands of the best paying jobs, but needlessly erases much needed revenue that helps pay for schools and other essential services. So said Todd Staples, the president of Texas Oil and Gas Association. Going on, American oil and natural gas is safe, clean, abundant, and misguided policies will only stifle our nation's energy and environmental progress. 1 million jobs across the country, 120,000 of those in the state of Texas alone. And as we heard from our colleague, Ms. Harrell, it does affect tax revenues for local activities in our schools, building our highways. Todd Staples went on to say the oil and natural gas industry is producing energy in cleaner, more efficient ways than 10 to 15 years ago, all the while producing more affordable and reliable energy to power our daily lives. Increased use of natural gas is the #1 reason why the United States power sector cut carbon dioxide emissions 33%. And look, everybody talks about going to electric cars. Where's the electricity going to come from? Well, some of it's going to come from natural gas-fired power plants. Look, again, I do remember when the Democratic Party used to be the party of the working man and woman. I question why President Biden has strayed so far from that. A little over 2 weeks ago, he said on the western steps of this Capitol building that his #1 priority was going to be American jobs, and then he immediately causes immeasurable harm to millions of Americans. Dan, I want to thank you for leading this hour. Thank you for letting me participate, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Appreciate that very much. I think, Madam Speaker, you're starting to get the message that it's clear this is going to impact every citizen of this country. These wrong-headed decisions are impacting our way of life, our cost of living in so many different ways. And I don't know what the next speaker is going to talk about for sure, but I'm guessing, I'll make a guess that Bruce Westerman, who is our new ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, hailing from the state of Arkansas, may talk about a tree. I'm not sure about that. But certainly the natural resources impacts here are going to be real. And I'll always say, people may not understand that, but you know, we're very, we passed a huge bill last Congress. I'm sure you remember the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which was part of a bigger piece of legislation. Well, guess where a lot of that money comes from to make that happen? It's from oil and gas leases. And I think the great state of Arkansas is set to get a lot of money in 2021 from that fund, and this is going to have an impact there. So Bruce Westerman, thank you very much for not only your partnership and your activity, your work on Western Caucus, but also on the Natural Resources Committee.
I thank the gentleman from Washington, and I commend him for the great work that he's done with the Western Caucus, and also here in Congress to be a voice for rural America and for these areas like my district that depend on natural resources. Madam Speaker, our country is at a crossroads on the environment. One road leads to a vibrant, all of the above energy approach, where we combine our state-of-the-art technology with hardworking American ingenuity and work ethic to incentivize smart environmental solutions. The other road leads to a top-down regulatory approach in which those in power ban, tax, and prohibit energy access, resulting in economic ruin and environmental degradation. It's clear which path President Biden has chosen. With the stroke of a pen, he eliminated thousands of American jobs, put many more into jeopardy, defunded bipartisan conservation programs, and eliminated some of the safest, most reliable forms of energy production and transportation we have. Let's not confuse action with progress. The data is very clear. America leads the world in environmental standards. If our goal is actually a cleaner, safer, and healthier environment, and I hope it is, then we should continue modeling these standards for the rest of the world to follow while developing the technology of the future. However, through his sweeping bans that killed the Keystone Pipeline and shut down new energy leases on federal lands and water, President Biden is merely shifting our current demand for energy overseas. Let me make that very clear. Much as my Democrat colleagues might pretend otherwise, America's demand for oil and natural gas will not go away overnight. It cannot. Our infrastructure depends on it. So by shutting down one of our main domestic supplies, our supply will shift overseas where we have no control over their environmental standards. Put simply, President Biden's orders will hurt our environment in the long run and devastate our economy in the meantime. So what's our alternative? How about allowing the free market to work like it always has? We have an innovative, pragmatic plan in place, unlike the Democrats' haphazard, shooting from the hip approach. It's why I've introduced pro-growth solutions like the Trillion Trees Act. Madam Speaker, we don't need to make hollow political points with no substance and no hope for success. We need an energy plan that looks to the future while taking care of the needs of today. Democrats want to make us choose between a healthy environment and a strong economy. I'm here to tell you that we can have both. Actually, if we want a cleaner, safer, healthier environment, then we must have a strong economy. They go hand in hand. I hope President Biden reverses this ban and puts our environment and America's economy first. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Congressman Westerman. I appreciate that very much. And thanks for getting in that word tree. I appreciate that very much. But really helping us understand the true impacts, not only to our economy, but to our environment of these kinds of decisions. From another W state, which we kind of have to stick together, Congressman Tom Tiffany is another strong member of the Western Caucus and comes from a state that also is set to receive a tremendous amount of funding through the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which again is financed through oil and gas leases. So Congressman Tiffany, thank you very much for participating this evening. Appreciate you being here.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me some time. And Madam Speaker, while America and Congress's attention has been diverted from the real issues, we have seen something over the last couple weeks that is going to compromise American security in three ways. One is national security. Two, our economic security. And most important for millions of Americans, their job security. First came the White House decision to shred the Keystone Pipeline permit a slap in the face to our friends in Canada, and a pink slip for countless Americans who rely on the strategic energy security project for their livelihoods. But you know what may have happened most importantly? With a stroke of a pen, a contract was eliminated. Can other countries trust America anymore? Can Americans trust our president and our executive branch when at a stroke of a pen, they unilaterally say that contract is null and void? Then came the moratorium on federal oil and gas leases, the prospect of a long-term drilling ban on public lands, and even steps to halt energy projects on private land. The White House has also pushed the U.S. back into the UN's Paris Climate Treaty, subjecting American interests to the whim of international bureaucrats. And by the way, the English were smart enough to get out of one of those agreements. They called it Brexit. These things will kill family wage American jobs that can't be outsourced, raising prices at the pump and draining trillions of dollars from the U.S. economy. All this was done with a stroke of a pen and without approval from Congress, and the ramifications will be disastrous. Madam Speaker, when it comes to national security, it is no coincidence that we have seen peace break out in the Middle East over the last few years. The diplomatic achievements of the Trump administration in that troubled region are a result, in part, of policies that have made American energy dominance a reality. We gained the upper hand on when we began producing more petroleum and we became energy independent in America. By turning back the clock on these historic gains, the new administration is putting more American lives and treasure at risk. Closer to home, the economic costs will also be dire. The cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline and new energy restrictions have put Wisconsin jobs on the chopping block, including more than 2,000 jobs at Michaels and Precision Pipeline, two fine American companies and Wisconsin companies. And these companies will not be the only ones victims of the Biden administration's great leap backward. Thousands of downstream companies provide support services to these pipeline firms. Businesses like parts suppliers, steel workers, frac sand mine operators, even restaurants, taverns, and other Main Street businesses who count energy industry workers among their customers. All of these businesses are now in the crosshairs for another economic hit. This one inflicted by their own government in Washington, not a pandemic in Wuhan. Even more galling was the administration's glib response that these hardworking Americans should simply suck it up and find better jobs. Is this what unity looks like, Madam Speaker? By taking aim at Americans who work in oil and gas, the Biden administration will cripple a key stream of revenues for state and local governments, funding that they rely on to pay for schools, road repairs, first responders, and public health services. In Wisconsin alone, the loss of revenue associated with the cancellation of Keystone is estimated to hit $3 billion. And I'd like to emphasize, while we're here with the chair of the Western Caucus and we're hearing from members from the west side of Mississippi, Wisconsin is on the east side of the Mississippi, and it is eastern states that are going to be hit with this equally as hard, including states in Ohio and Pennsylvania. While people in our communities are struggling to pay their bills and find work, this administration is killing jobs and making their lives more expensive. While those on the other side are pushing a $350 billion state bailout, the White House is choking off their revenues. And while our nation faces rising threats from foreign adversaries, the other side is taking active steps that will make America less safe, less secure, and less self-reliant. I only need a few more seconds, Mr. Chairman. American workers are tired of being lectured about carbon emissions by people who fly around the world on private jets, like President Biden's climate czar, who admitted that even if U.S. emissions dropped to zero, it would make no difference because 90% of CO2 comes from other countries. In fact, a third of the total global emissions come from China. The bottom line is that access to affordable, abundant, and reliable energy is essential to a dynamic economy, supporting millions of good, made in the USA jobs in American manufacturing. Madam Speaker, when the White House attacks homegrown energy jobs for purely political gain, China wins and America loses. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Tiffany. Well spoken. The economy, jobs, the environment, schools, national security. The impacts of these decisions are far and wide across this country. You know, one of the great things about a citizen legislative body is that we are made up of individuals from all walks of life. And I'm very proud that we have on the Western Caucus a new member to the caucus and also a new member of our executive committee, but also someone whose family is one of these people that we're talking about whose jobs will be impacted by these decisions. So I'm anxious to hear from our new member from Colorado, Lauren Boebert. Thank you very much for being part of this discussion, coming from a state that thousands, tens of thousands of jobs rely on this industry. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much to the gentleman from Washington, and thank you to my chairman of the Western Caucus. It's an honor to serve with you, especially in a time like this where our energy needs are so dramatically threatened. Madam Speaker, I rise today as the proud representative of Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, one of the most beautiful districts in the entire nation, where waters like the Colorado, the Arkansas, and the Animas River flow, and snow falling along the Rocky Mountains provide outdoor recreation in towns like Durango, Telluride, Aspen, and Steamboat Springs. Colorado's 3rd District is also home to some of the nation's most abundant energy resources. We all win when American energy workers develop our resources responsibly at home. Yet this administration is laser focused on eliminating fossil fuels and the majority of jobs in the energy industry. It's not complicated. We are stronger and safer as a country when we remain energy independent, and dictators across the world can no longer fund their deadly terrorist activities on the backs of our energy needs. Madam Speaker, there is no reason the U.S. should be dependent on volatile foreign sources from countries like Russia, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, when we can safely produce these resources right here in America, creating American jobs. American ingenuity and innovation have resulted in the U.S. becoming a global leader in carbon emissions reductions, protecting our environment while safely producing American energy is not mutually exclusive goals. Advancements associated with fracking and horizontal drilling are the main reasons the U.S. has become a world leader in protecting the earth. You heard me, fracking, demonized by the left without any merit, has proven to be one of the best energy solutions for our environment. I think it's becoming very clear that my colleagues on the left have become fracking liars. But these facts don't matter to the Biden administration. All they seem to care about is appeasing extremists, environmentalists, in order to get more campaign donations. With a stroke of his pen that sometimes takes him a while to find, President Joe Biden has unilaterally imposed job-killing executive orders and overreaching energy mandates that are going to crush my district and the people that live within it. From rejoining the Paris Agreement without asking the Senate to ratify this treaty, to unilaterally eliminating the Keystone XL pipeline, to banning all new federal oil and gas leases, the Biden administration has already taken actions that will eliminate thousands of Colorado's jobs, just as the gentleman mentioned, and send my people, the people I was sent to represent in my district, to the unemployment line. Madam Speaker, I have met with my constituents. They don't understand why this administration is targeting their livelihoods and telling them that they can simply find other jobs. The energy workers in Colorado's 3rd District like their jobs. They're good at them. They're They're the best at extracting these resources responsibly. They don't want to be unemployed during a pandemic and worried about how they're going to put food on the table or make ends meet for their family. Just last week, President Biden unveiled a Green New Deal-like environmental plan. While the price tag is astronomical and its goals unrealistic, the real tragedy associated with this $2 trillion charade will be the number of men and women in my district who have to come home and tell a spouse and their children that they were laid off and are unable to provide for their family. It's not big oil that's going to close their doors as a result of Biden's executive orders. It's the little guys and small rural communities that will be hit hardest by this administration's actions that seek to eliminate all coal, oil, and natural gas as its electricity sources by 2035. Joe Biden's team learned nothing from the American energy renaissance we saw under the Trump administration. Low gas prices, the lowest average unemployment rate ever until COVID, and the greatest economy the world has ever seen. Madam Speaker, energy dominance and America First policies have been replaced by climate change overkill and people like John Kerry flying around the world in their private jets, telling hardworking Americans to make better choices. We are the land of the free and will always be. I will never allow my 4 boys to live in a socialist nation. For all the people in the 3rd district that I so proudly represent, I will proudly fight the Green New Deal policies, Joe Biden's job-killing executive orders with everything that I have. I will support freedom and prosperity at every opportunity, and I will oppose any effort that seeks to take the God-given freedom and rights away from the American people. And with that, I yield back my.
Thank you, Congresswoman Boebert. Appreciate very much your strong voice on behalf of not only the people you represent, but people all over the country. And so thank you. Thank you for those very valuable comments. Madam Speaker, as you can already tell, we have a very strong class of new members this year. And I'd like to turn to another that comes from the state of Utah, a state that I don't think it's the highest with federal land ownership, but pretty darn close. 63%, I understand, of the land in Blake Moore's state is under federal ownership. And I know Mr. Moore has a great perspective on this issue, and I'm very anxious to welcome him and give him the floor so that he can share with us his thoughts.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. And when you say perspective, the part I'd like to highlight is it's about balance. And I'm going to speak to that a little bit. But before my comments get drowned out in some of the prepared statements, making sure there's balance benefits all. And it's something that I'm really passionate about and Utahns are passionate about. Madam Speaker, I rise today to call on the Biden administration to reverse its unilateral orders, including Executive Order 14008, pausing new oil and gas leases on federal land, Secretarial Order 3395, suspending mineral leasing and permits, and Executive Order 13990, revoking the Keystone XL pipeline permit. Utah, as you mentioned, has the 2nd highest percentage of federally owned land at around 65%. Approximately 10,000 Utahns rely on the oil and gas industry for their employment and livelihoods. These orders will result in Utah families losing their jobs and will reduce crucial funding for, yes, conservation programs that protect the natural wonders of my home state and our great country. They will make our country more reliant on imported energy from other countries with lower environmental standards than our own and weaken our national security foothold. Restricting extraction has real costs for our schools, our first responders, and public servants. And public services. The Keystone Pipeline's MOU with North America's building trade unions will provide $10 million in renewable energy job training for union workers and invest a total of $1.7 billion in renewable energy infrastructure, proving that a productive balance of development and conservation can be achieved. Rushed executive actions do not allow for collaboration with the people who are directly impacted by these decisions. Utahns will feel the negative effects of these orders, and I encourage the administration to reverse these actions and work with a bipartisan group of legislators on solutions that both protect and develop our cherished lands. I ran on a sincere desire to work with the administration to promote productivity over partisanship, and I stand by that commitment today, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Moore. Appreciate that very much. Continuing a theme of our strong freshman class, I'd like to turn from the gentleman from Kansas, who, which this is kind of news to me. I didn't realize that Kansas was such a major producer of energy. And I think of Kansas as wheat and corn, but energy is part of the economy, an important part. And I don't think a lot of Americans understand truly the impact of these decisions in other states. And so I with great pleasure to turn to Congressman Tracy Mann from Kansas. Thank you very much for participating tonight.
Allow me to speak. And yeah, my district in Kansas has a lot of oil and gas, a lot of ethanol production as well. Very important for the energy, the backstop for the country. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss President Biden's recent executive actions and their impacts on American energy. Kansas won the Big First as one of the most productive agriculture areas of the country and is also home to a flourishing energy industry. In a rural district like the Big First, communities shrink and grow with the oil and gas prices. My district is the 11th largest district in the country and has more than 83,000 miles of roads. We depend on energy every day to fuel agricultural equipment and to transport our products across the country and around the world. Crude oil and natural gas are the foundation that fuels the Big First. Whether it be diesel for a tractor, keeping our home and families warm, or filling up a gas tank to drive our kids 30 miles each way to school, my district needs energy. Additionally, the Big First also produces nearly 500 million gallons of ethanol last year. I'm gravely concerned with President Biden's mandates on oil and gas. In my first few weeks in Congress, President Biden issued 25 executive orders in his first 10 days as president. That is more than the last 7 presidents combined during their first 10 days. For example, President Biden delivered mixed messages claiming to support fossil fuels and American jobs, and then issued an executive order dismantling the Keystone XL pipeline. The United States has achieved energy independence over the last several years. That said, we cannot sit idle and watch executive orders dictate the direction of our country with no input from Congress. The administration will soon fundamentally impact our energy independence. The executive branch was not created to legislate, Congress was. Earlier this week, I introduced the More Accountability is Necessary Now Acts, 6 pieces of legislation promoting accountability and transparency to the administration's future executive orders. The Mann Acts require the executive branch notify the American public and Congress of its intent to issue any new executive orders pertaining to 6 specific topics that impact my district, including energy and the environment. We must hold our elected leaders accountable for the pipeline worker and the plant manager, for the farmer and rancher, for the millions of lives depending on agriculture and energy every day, and for the betterment of our democracy. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Congressman Mann. I appreciate that. And thank you very much for your involvement in the Western Caucus, too. The voices we have are strong, and we will continue to speak loud and clearly about the impact of some of these decisions. So as you probably have guessed, people listening, that the state of Texas is impacted tremendously by these decisions, and I'm very pleased to have a gentleman from the state of Texas, Congressman Chip Roy, someone that I have come to know and respect for his clear-headed thinking on so many different issues, but I know can speak firsthand about the oil and gas industry and the impact to our economy. Mr. Roy, thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I thank you for putting together this time, leading this effort. It's so critically important, obviously, to my great and home state of Texas, but also to so many states, particularly out west. But let's be honest, to all 50 states of the union, right? This is so fundamental to who we are as Americans. And unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are attacking the very natural resources, the very great strength that the United States of America has to set us apart from the rest of the world to be independent. We were blessed by the good Lord with unbelievable resources that we can use for the betterment of mankind, our own people, the people in this country, for jobs, for affordable energy, for prosperity, and to lead the world doing that. But unfortunately, we're seeing a massive attack literally in the first few weeks of the new administration. 28 executive orders, a huge number of which are obviously targeted at oil and natural gas, targeted the lifeblood of our energy in this country. And if you look at what we've been able to do with clean burning natural gas as a result of fracking, we have CO2 levels that are down at 1990 levels. We have vastly exceeded what my leftist friends on the other side of the aisle want to follow the social welfare state of Europeans down the road of fancy gatherings in Davos. And they fly in their expensive jets to go preach to the world about global warming. Spare me your preaching as you're riding around in these jets spewing out CO2 when we, through innovation in the great state of Texas and in our country, are creating clean burning natural gas that are creating jobs, powering the world. And now the Democrat administration wants to come in and destroy jobs, destroy our leadership in the world, turn us over to Russia and Iran, and oh, by the way, empower China to roll right over us while they spew out whatever they want to spew out, because darned if they're going to actually do anything like agree to whatever's in the Paris Agreement. It is an absolute joke. It's a laughing stock what the Democratic Party is doing, saying they're standing up for the little guy in this country when you're going to drive up the price of energy, increase CO2, empower China, empower Iran, empower Russia, and harm jobs. You're going to kill hundreds of thousands of jobs in this country, even as we're coming out of the negative effect of the pandemic. We have an expression in Texas, come and take it. Goes back to our history. Our founding as the Republic in Texas. In Gonzales, when Santa Anna wanted his cannon back, and we said, come and take it. Well, my message to my Democratic colleagues, we're going to drill, we're going to frack. Texas is going to continue to lead the world, and my Democratic colleagues, come and take it. We're going to stand up for this world being able to flourish. Not just America, not just Texas, the world. We're exporting liquefied natural gas around the world, making the world better. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so concerned about CO2, why would you undermine the very energy policies that are giving us the ability to drive those CO2 levels down? It makes absolutely no sense. So I would just say to the gentleman, I greatly appreciate you giving us the time here to highlight this, but this is just the beginning to my friends on the other side of the aisle. You roll in here with a new administration, roll in here thinking that we're going to just fundamentally alter our entire economy through executive order. We're going to say, no. We're going to say, come and take it. And that's what we're doing, and that's what I'm here to say, and I appreciate the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Appreciate your strong voice, your leadership on the Republican conference, and appreciate very much you being part of this evening's discussion. Words couldn't be truer. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your attention and listening to the message that we have. Let me ask you a question. Could you imagine if former President Trump had signed an executive order during the middle of this pandemic to unilaterally kill thousands of jobs? What would you say would happen? It would be a national outrage, right? Well, President Biden's reckless executive actions are a national outrage. Americans, as you've heard, in rural communities across the country, in fact, in urban areas too, every American will suffer because of this ban. The Western Caucus advocates for responsible land and resource management. And I can assure you, we will continue to be a strong voice for rural America. We will do everything in our power to fight for their livelihoods in the face of these devastating decisions by President Biden. So I tonight call on President Biden to please revoke and reverse these actions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate your attention and the opportunity to express our views on this very important issue. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to honor Eloise Abrahams. Eloise Abrahams is an RN, BS, LNHA, and she's the Executive Director for Guardian Care Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Orlando, Florida. With over 35 years of experience in healthcare, Mrs. Abrahams knew working with seniors was her passion. Championed as the first African-American Director of Clinical Services and the first African-American licensed nursing home administrator in Volusia County, she strategically led her team to receive the Decade of Excellence Award from AHCA for exemplary nursing and rehabilitation care and services. Certified as a preceptor in Florida, Eloise takes pride in mentoring and training students, particularly African Americans, inspiring to become licensed nursing home administrators. Eloise received numerous accolades for her stellar leadership, including state and national awards for exemplary care. She was also honored by Onyx Magazine as a woman on the move. Abrahams plays an active role in her church and is a member of the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Inc. She serves on several boards of directors and is currently president of the Central Florida Black Nurses Association of Orlando, Inc., leading her team through one of the most challenging years in LTC history due to COVID-19, with the support from the GC Board of Directors and Synergy Healthcare Management. She continues to possess a deep passion for providing the highest quality of care. Abrahams is deeply passionate about the quality of healthcare directed towards seniors and those less fortunate, and has demonstrated continuous commitment to this cause. In addition to being involved in her work and her community, she is very family-oriented and understands the need to balance her life. She spends quality time with her beautiful blended family and her husband of 29 years. For that and for more, Eloise Abrahams, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to honor Gloria R. Emanuel. Gloria R. Emanuel is currently the Senior Accountant for Financial Reporting for the City of St. Cloud. Gloria is responsible for project accounting, debt obligations, and monitoring the compliance of debt covenants. In her role, Gloria assists the Finance Director in the refinancing of existing debt. She also handles the issuance of new debt and works to ensure the timely payments of debt service for all bonds for the City of St. Cloud. Further, Gloria analyzes and records transactions for the pension trust fund for both general and police and firefighters plans. Gloria also holds the responsibility of preparing several local financial reports, including the State Annual Local Government Financial Report, AFR, the State Annual Police and Firefighters Pension Report, and the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Gloria has been employed with the City of St. Cloud for over 32 years, progressing from the position of Senior Account Clerk to her present position of Senior Accountant Financial Reporting. She has had exposure to almost all phases, including the city's financial workings of fixed asset accounting and grant accounting and budgeting. Gloria has also served as the treasurer of a variety of organizations and campaigns, including the Osceola branch of the NAACP and an elected city commissioner's campaign. Gloria received a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration Finance from the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. She became a certified government finance officer in 2012. Currently, Gloria is a member of the Government Finance Officers Association and its local chapters, such as the Florida Government Finance Officers Association. Gloria has been married for 31 years and is the proud parent of 2 wonderful children and a pet tortoise named Pearl. For that and more, Miss Gloria R. Emanuel, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Allison Kirby. Allison Kirby has proudly served as the principal of Jones High School for the past 4 years. She's proud of her experience as an English teacher, librarian, and assistant principal, experiences that she feels have helped her become a strong leader for Jones High School students. Kirby's dream is to create an environment where all children feel loved and adequately prepared to tackle adulthood and higher education. Her passion for helping young people comes from her grandmother, who served as a high school English teacher in a segregated school. Her grandmother's passion for her students helped instill a sense of obligation and devotion to education within Kirby's heart. In early years, Jones High School was the only public high school for African Americans. However, the high school is now open to all students, and Kirby is devoted to ensuring that the environment only grows to be more inclusive to students. In her efforts to promote educational opportunities for students, Ms. Kirby has led the school in becoming an official community partnership school, revamping the medical magnet program to produce licensed practical nurses and include a junior law enforcement academy. Ask anyone at Jones High, and they will tell you they are, quote, history in the making. Outside of her work, Miss Kirby happily lives in downtown Orlando with her husband, Dan, and her daughter, Eliana. For that and more, Miss Allison Kirby, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Joshua J. Myers. Joshua J. Myers is a not-for-profit leader with over 14 years of marketing, communications, fundraising, and sales management experience. Through his career, Joshua has been featured as a commentator for print, radio, television, and other mediums promoting health education and disease prevention. Through his work, Joshua seeks to promote his passion for connecting people to health and wellness resources that improve their lives, especially those disproportionately affected by health disparities. Currently, Joshua serves as the Development and Communications Director at Hope and Help Center of Central Florida, Inc., a medical clinic with operations throughout Florida. Joshua holds a bachelor's degree in theater and communications from the College of Brockport, SUNY, a master's in communications and media technologies from the Rochester Institute of Technology, and a master's in arts management from the University of Buffalo, SUNY, at which he was the Arthur A. Schomburg Fellow. He currently resides in Altamont Springs, Florida, and enjoys reading, cooking, fitness, and the beach. For that and more, Mr. Joshua J. Myers, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Angela Eady. Angela Eady is a former city commissioner for the city of Kissimmee and a lifelong resident of Osceola County. She has been a champion for expanding access to affordable health care, enhancing education opportunities, and bringing higher paying jobs to Kissimmee. In addition to serving as a former commissioner, Angela has for nearly 30 years has experience in the healthcare industry, where she currently works full-time for a major pharmaceutical distributor. In the past, she has served on the Osceola Planning Commission, the Osceola Charter Review Committee, the Osceola County Education Foundation, the local chapter of the NAACP, and the Caribbean American Floridian Association. Angela currently serves in various organizations as a board member in the Osceola County Education Foundation, Community Vision, the Osceola County chapter of the NAACP, the Caribbean American Floridian Association, the Osceola County chapter of the Democratic Executive Committee, and Organize Florida. Angela continues to assist veterans, advocate for affordable housing, and combat homelessness. And in addition, Angela has received various awards for her community service, including the NAACP, the Mercy Foundation, the National Congress of Black Women, City of Kissimmee, the Caribbean and Floridian Association, and the Delta Omicron Omega chapter. Public safety has always been a priority for Angela. She will continue to bridge the gap between the community and law enforcement. Angela believes in equality for all. Therefore, she will continue to fight for equal rights for all. Angela is the 10th of 12 children and the mother of one beautiful daughter. She has two precious granddaughters, Mariah and Brooklyn. Angela Eady has been in public service for most of her adult life and has spent countless hours volunteering to build a better community for all residents in the great city of Kissimmee. And for those reasons, Miss Angela Eady, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Kara Nelson James. Dr. Kara Nelson James joined Central Florida as a chief medical officer in December of 2019. She obtained her medical degree at Nova Southeastern University College of Osteopathic Medicine in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Her residency training in family medicine was at North Broward Hospital's district-affiliated Broward General Medical Center. Along with being a valuable member of the Central Florida healthcare team for over 14 years, she is also an associate clinical professor at Nova Southeastern University's Dr. Karan C. Patel College of Osteopathic Medicine. Dr. Nelson James continues to provide direct patient care at the Dundee Community Health Center 2 days a week. She has been instrumental in working with Baycare on the residency program in Polk County through the Florida State University. She is an advocate for clinical education so students and residents can experience the heartfelt mission of community healthcare. During this challenging COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Nelson James has spearheaded efforts to provide testing for thousands of patients and vaccines to 65 and older populations and HCW alike. Dr. Nelson James is passionate about everyone having access to quality healthcare and bridging the gap in health equity. She has committed herself to empowering her patients to be active participants in their journey to health. She will always find a way to say yes to programs that benefit the community and are dedicated to the cause. Dr. Nelson James is married with 4 children and lives in Winter Haven, Florida. In her spare time, she enjoys watching basketball, staying fit, and reading. For those reasons and more, Dr. Kara Nelson James, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, we would like to recognize Dr. Carolyn Pass. Dr. Carolyn Pass's leadership spans more than 35 years, beginning with serving as the president of the Minority Pre-Professional Association at the University of Florida, where she earned her BS in microbiology. As a medical student, she was a student health policy mentee in the late Senator Edward M. Kennedy's office. Dr. Pass also served as president and regional council member of the Student National Medical Association. In the final year of her master's program, she was awarded the highest honor bestowed at the University of Miami, being inducted into the Iron Arrow Honor Society. Dr. Pass's dedication to the community began in 2001 when she opened her primary care practice in Lake Wales, Florida. Before going into solo practice, she suffered from congestive heart failure and recuperated at home for 18 months after giving birth to her 3rd child. Her dedication to providing quality care to her patients continued to flourish as she rose through the ranks of leadership at Advent Health Lake Wales. While on staff for the past 20 years, she served on every committee and has been elected 3 times as chairman of medicine. Currently, she is serving as the first Black female chief of staff. Dr. Pass's specialties include internal medicine, wound care, and hyperbaric medicine. Her passions are her 3 lovely children, Alexandra, who is a graduate student, and Nicholas and Christian, who are in college. For that and more, Dr. Carolyn Pass, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Vincent Miller. Dr. Vincent M. Miller II currently serves as a secondary math teacher at Winter Haven High School, and he was recently honored as the first Black male Polk County Teacher of the Year. Dr. Miller is a newly published author with one of the top-selling books on Amazon, 21st Century Education in the Lens of COVID-19. As an accomplished visionary leader in the academic sector with 10 years in Polk County school system, he has had many administrative roles but found his love back in the classroom. Some of Dr. Miller's most notable accomplishments in education include decreasing academic suspension rates over 50%, establishing various innovative academic programs designed to energize academic offerings and enhance career and professional development outcomes for students. He holds a doctorate in educational leadership from Lynn University, a master's of business administration from Webster University, a bachelor of science from the University of South Florida, and a music minor in vocal performance from the University of South Florida. Dr. Miller is known for his community work through his nonprofit, Filling the Lane. Filling the Lane's mission is to bridge the gaps between education, sports, arts, and community for at-risk youth. He is also known for performing locally and internationally in shows such as Porgy and Bess and the Broadway production Katunga. He is very excited to be honored here today. In the words of Disney, quote, "It's kind of fun to do the impossible," unquote. For that and more, Dr. Vincent M. Miller II, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Jacqueline Byrd. Jacqueline Byrd is the superintendent of Polk County Public Schools, an educator, wife of Jason Byrd Sr., and mother of Jason Byrd Jr. and Jaylyn Byrd. She was the first African-American superintendent of Polk County Public Schools. Through her continued focus on improving education for all students, she has become a role model for students and is an advocate for educating all students, creating wraparound services to address meeting their needs, and removing barriers to allow for success. Jacqueline can be found visiting schools, talking to students, attending events, and advocating on behalf of her students to local community leaders. She loves spending time with her husband and family, even though many of these evenings are spent at school events. She is the youngest of 6 children of Eugene and Irene Hodges. Her siblings have always said, quote, "She should have been the oldest," unquote. Her parents taught her that she would face challenges as an African-American woman, but her independence, character, and integrity were important. She has passed these life lessons to both her children. Jacqueline is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority and serves on various boards of directors within her community and state. As part of her service to the community, she served as a spokesperson for the National Bone Marrow Donor Program. In December of 2005, she donated bone marrow to a 12-year-old girl with sickle cell anemia. Jacqueline advocates for unselfish acts for the betterment of mankind. For that and more, Superintendent Jacqueline Byrd, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Josephine Howard. As part of her life legacy, Josephine M. Howard has been achieving goals, setting high standards, teaching, learning, positively impacting lives, and committing to helping, mentoring, and inspiring the lives of children, adults, and the elderly. Desiring to become a teacher like her mother, Crizel, she grew up mentoring and tutoring her 5 siblings and neighborhood children. In the 1960s, Josephine graduated from Douglas High School with high honors and Florida College, cum laude, with a bachelor's degree in elementary education and subsequently began her teaching career. Josephine loved teaching but wanted to have a greater impact on more lives by empowering them with knowledge. Therefore, she went back to college and earned her Master's of Education, magna cum laude, from the University of Central Florida and an education specialist degree, summa cum laude, at Nova Southeastern University, thus dedicating 38 years of service to education, including 20 years as a principal. Josephine is a servant leader, lifetime member of the NAACP, has served as a member of the Horizon Housing Board as treasurer, is the former CEO of Howard's Apparel, former chaplain of the NC 100 BW, Board of Trustees of Heart of Florida Hospital, Head Start Policy Council, and Who's Who among professional women. She continues to serve as the first present deaconess at the New Beulah Missionary Baptist Church. She is actively involved in First Christian Education Directress appointed, praise minister, mass choir, Sunday school teaching, and more. Her community service and leadership education have earned her numerous recognitions, honors, and media coverage. She received the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Lifetime Achievement Award, Teacher of the Year, and Distinguished Volunteer Service Award. Josephine is married to her husband, Philip, of 52 years, and has 2 children, Janita and Philip II, and 3 grandchildren, Philip and twins Philip III and Kennedy. For this and more, Josephine M. Howard, we honor you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about my personal account, like so many other members have, on the day of January 6th. I do so in a poetic, artistic form with the poem, A Bird's Eye View to Insurrection. The day started with the humdrum noises of a mundane process. Mahogany boxes were presented, paper shuffled, and gavels knocked. But the process of the day was everything. The hearing of voices, the counting of votes, the sum of democracy. I had a bird's eye view from the gallery. And on that day, we were in the final steps, the technocratic certification. We were electing a president. Meanwhile, at the ellipsis, at base camp, another scene ensued. A president spewed hateful lies. Violence was incited, and a fuse was lit. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, stop. Objections were raised. Debates began, and passions heated. A text reads, Capitol Complex breached. I rest assured, I am in the safest place on earth, for the people's house has never fallen. I call my wife to tell her we are safe. No thought of danger permeates. I am convinced of my own safety, and I listen to more speeches. A text reads, Capitol Dome breached. Pence and Pelosi, Hoyer and McCarthy, one by one, they were escorted out. The debate continued. The people's representatives continued, and Jim McGovern presided. Debate yields to a prayer by the chaplain. I am uneasy. Fear is in the air, and the members evacuate the House floor. We dozen or so remain in the gallery, stranded. Banging, banging, banging on the doors. The insurrectionists are at the chamber. Gas masks are deployed. We are surrounded. Welch and Gomez, Crow and DeLauro, Himes and Costa, Thompson and Wild, Johnson and I. Together we flee, over chairs and under railings to the door. We are trapped. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Get down. The orders rang. Guns, flash bombs, tear gas. Which sounds these were, I do not know, as Capitol Police stood as sentinels to protect us. Get down again. So we did. I lie flat behind flimsy plastic seat coverings, no match for bullets, contemplating my mortality. I realized finally and truly in this moment, I could die. Army Rangers rise, we lawyers take cover, and old souls sit relaxed, waiting peacefully, perhaps for the inevitable. I am cerebral and imagining. I do not even hear the gunshot, mortally wounding a terrorist at the very door behind me, and the chamber finally defended with urgency. Meanwhile, the Senate chamber falls without a shot fired. Police bang the doors bang back. Who lurks on the outside? Confusion changes to clarity, and now there's one and only one way out. Up we go, out the door. Terrorists lay flat with guns drawn upon them, as they look at us with killer's eyes. Democracy and I may die, but not today. Down, down, down the stairs we go. Cell phones light up, and the world sees proof of my life as I flee live on PBS. This is absurd, fantastical, yet nonetheless very much happening. Down into the tunnels we go. Flanked by guardians, we keep moving. Demings made it out too, and we rejoice. Up, up, up the stairs we go. We are in a room now. They describe it as safe, and we congregate in herds like cattle. I feel part relieved and uneasy. Instigators and innocent, masked and maskless, members and staff, we wait together. A community prayer ensues. I call my wife. I have made it. At least I am mostly sure. COVID-19 lurks as a silent killer in the room. Partisan cliques form, realizations begin, and awkward casualness attempts to take hold. Guilt, blame, excuses, and outrage begin to form. Because of course, we told you so. Of course, dangerous rhetoric turns to violence as the seeds of despicable lies finally grow to insurrection. I start to contemplate. I am hungry, I am thirsty, and I am suspicious of certain colleagues. Gomez and I leave the safe room for our offices on gut feelings alone. I am vaccinated. I am eventually vindicated, as days later, some colleagues are sick with COVID-19. Other colleagues gave it to them, maskless and without remorse. I return to our Rayburn secretary. I am greeted with anxious smiles. My staff is safe. We share the events of the great happening, the terrible. We watch the news. We see the mob in all its horror and the assailing of the Capitol walls. We are in disbelief. Capitol Police fight hand-to-hand combat. They are outnumbered and beaten by flags that say MAGA, Trump, and back the blue. There is a vicious irony. Now hunger reminds us, snacks are procured. We ate creatively in fellowship. The hours go by in frightful minutes as our eyes remain glued to the television. Brave cooks open the cafeteria. Police keep their posts, and my staff remain safe in the Capitol offices with me. We finally have a real meal. The decision has been made. We will return to the chamber, and we will do our duty. Arizona receives its objection, and it goes down. Arkansas, California, Colorado go by as Pence picks up momentum. We have a standoff on Pennsylvania. Debates ensue. Liars are called out and angered. A second fight almost happens, but no one really wants to take on NFL linebacker Colin Allred. Midnight passes us as we wait. I venture forth. I return to the scene of the crimes, and again I watch the final mahogany boxes in motion. West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Pence begins to conclude his remarks. There is a slight mix of anger and disappointment and resoluteness in his face. Pence fulfills his constitutional duty. Speaker Pelosi smiles slightly. She is graceful and marks the seriousness of the day's events. A domestic terrorist plot has been foiled. I am alive. The Congress is alive. And thank God Almighty, democracy is alive. America must remember this day. Learn from it, lest we repeat it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grotham, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Before we deal with the purpose of this speech, I'd like to make some observation about changes that have been made the last few weeks and other rapidly changing aspects of American life. One of the few positive observations I made since I was a congressman is the freedom people have normally had to see their congressman. Eccentric people can stand at the base of the Capitol steps a few yards away and hand out their pamphlets nice and free. Easy to meet their congressman for those of us who like to walk outside and not use the tunnel. Now a chain link fence stands around the Capitol with razor wire on top. Let's be honest, after about midnight on January 7th, I think most of us felt pretty safe. Now we're almost a month later, and we still have National Guard folks in full combat, ready to protect us. We have the wire on top of the on top of the walls, as well as Constitution and Independence avenues shut down. I feel like I'm in East Germany in the 1970s. I'm not sure exactly what East Germany is like, but that's what I kind of visualize it, you know, around maybe their parliament or whatever, fencing, police, always afraid of the people. It's a fitting background for our brave new world order in which our high-tech oligarchs are censoring ideas. Perhaps that is this background to the new censor regime seems almost appropriate. Our high-tech oligarchs are censoring ideas which are unpopular with the wealthy and powerful in our country. Eventually, we will need some antitrust enforcement or legislation to open up Twitter and allow American citizens to hear all points of view, including points of view that the great and powerful of our country do not want to have heard. I would like to thank the German, Mexican, and French governments for their support as Americans try to regain their roots as a country with a free flow of ideas. In the meantime, my plea to the Speaker and Majority Leader is please tear down the walls around this Capitol and begin to undo the damage done to our freedoms. Now back to the purpose of the speech. One more time last week, I returned to our southern border, and already we are seeing the results of, I think, reckless comments made by our chief executive. We are getting to the point where we have had 300 unaccompanied minors a day crossing our southwest border. That is because we have had a president who has made comments that indicate that the United States is not sincere in protecting our southern border. It does result in more money and more presence for drug cartels at the southern border. So people understand, people do not just walk across the border, but Mexicans are charged $3,000 a person, Central Americans $5,000 a person, Brazilians $9,000 a person, and Asians $20,000 a person to cross the border. And when statements are made indicating that we will no longer be forcing the border, those statements are conveyed by the cartels to people who they believe will pay to get across. We are therefore seeing the increase of people at the border, including unaccompanied minors that are supposedly people we want to protect. Last week on the Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, just in the Sasabi section alone, after I left that area, there were 120 unaccompanied juveniles, some already part of a criminal element, but given that they have to deal with the cartels to get across the border, it certainly is not a good influence on them. Also, while I was down there, I heard in the last year on the Tucson sector alone, and there are 7 or 8 sectors along our southern border, well over 100 people were found dehydrated to death. This is the result of the current system in which we do not secure our border. Unfortunately, despite the verbiage which indicates we're going to be less stringent in enforcing our border, we are also going to stop building the wall. First of all, you're throwing away about 5,000 jobs right away, and supposedly we're supposed to be looking for new jobs. But more than that, when you end these contracts, you wind up having to pay companies for parts of the wall that have built but haven't been put up yet, pay them to undo or fill in holes which have been placed there in anticipation of a full wall, pay them to undo the damage to roads, and roads are part of the wall system that is going to be built down there. As the result, we're spending a lot of money which could be used to put in more wall and is not. I should point out that when you put up a wall, it saves money as far as the number of Border Patrol agents you need. If you don't have a wall, it should take about 2 or 3 border agents a mile to patrol the border. With a wall, it's about 1 agent for every 2 miles. Another benefit for having a wall. But above all, the idea of paying money to wrap up the project rather than paying money to complete the wall is a waste of money and a real problem. Another thing I found out with the wall, you're going to have less injuries to Border Patrol agents, which is probably one of many reasons why when I've gone down at the wall, I have yet to find a Border Patrol agent or a sheriff's deputy for the counties along the southern border who is not in favor of the wall. We are going to wind up losing money as we pay money to care for people crossing the wall, losing money to our society as we have more drugs coming across the southern border, and not surprising, as marijuana becomes more legal in the United States, more of the drugs that cross the southern border are fentanyl, are meth, are heroin, resulting in more deaths all around the country. Another reason why we should be taking our southern border seriously. I therefore strongly encourage my colleagues as we look at future appropriation bills to pay attention to the border. We cannot go back to the days of completely anybody can come across there. Because like I said, you're going to wind up with more people dehydrating to death in the desert. You're going to wind up with more unaccompanied minors who are going to be dealt with by the tender arms of the drug cartels, which control all the immigration, illegal immigration across the southern border. So please, I ask my colleagues, do what I did. Go down to Arizona, go down to Texas, see the situation we have. See whether anybody could possibly think going back to the old system is humane in any way. It is not humane to minors. It is not humane to the people who are guided by the cartels. It is not humane to the people who cross the border and wind up dehydrating across our southern edge. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, until 10 p.m.
Well, good evening, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for your dedication to this body and your oversight this evening. And thank you to all of the very hardworking professionals who helped to run the floor of the House. I'm so pleased to be back on the floor of the House of Representatives this day, February 4th. Some on the outside project fear, criticism, question, demand, want of us. Some may look at us even with a frustrated or loathing eye. We all know how often we hear the statistic about how popular Congress is. What pours in here through money, outside influence, the money that circles around this building. And when we walk onto this floor of the House of Representatives, though, we are all but just members. We are representatives of our constituents, carrying a voting card, carrying a voice, representing the values, the determinations, the wishes, and the wants of our district, and forced to come together to make a determination. You know, we ask ourselves, what do we demand of this institution? I had the privilege of of being here this evening, as we have seen a long debate, a long time of special hours ensue. Those who reflected on the events of January 6th, the horrible insurrection that took place, the desecration of this institution, this pride and joy of the United States of America, both the House and the Senate momentarily taken over. And I join my colleagues in those reflections. We saw the other side of the aisle reflect on energy needs, energy resource needs, and we also saw some contributions made to constituents back at home. Tonight, as you look out to the Capitol, and we know this, it's not a full chamber right now. These are obviously also different times, Madam Speaker. We don't have many outside guests walking through the Congress due to the pandemic. But everyone is allowed to look at the Capitol and see the lantern, see the tholos that supports the Statue of Freedom, that supports Lady Freedom. That lantern is lit right now. And what is that lantern saying? That democracy rings out, that freedom rings out, that our future is still within our grasp. I'm proud to be here tonight, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful for the time. I know that the time is not always a given. We certainly recognize that in the midst of this pandemic. We reflect just a month in to this 117th session of Congress. I'm very excited about this 117th session of Congress because it's new. It is a new session. And what do we get with new? A month ago, January 4th, the day after the swearing in of the new Congress, we passed our rules package. We had procedural votes. I'm very proud to say I introduced my first bill of the Congress, the Resilient Manufacturing Task Force Act, a bipartisan bill focused on our domestic supply chain needs to ensure that we can withstand future disruptions, that we can continue to test our system, that we can bring together the best and brightest of America to get in front of challenges and create jobs and continue to create jobs. I come from Michigan, and I'm really proud of coming from Michigan, and I'm proud of what Michigan's story is, particularly coming out of the year 2020, and what that means with regard to the first bill I introduced in the 117th Congress, our manufacturing economy, our innovation capabilities. We've continued to monitor this economy. We're seeing some ricochets, some growth in areas we weren't expecting, some job loss. Michigan's at about a 7.5% unemployment. We are going to build it back better. We are going to get people back to work with good wages and good benefits and a dignity for what they do. And you see that in manufacturing when people work with their hands, when they produce, when they are part of an outcome and a productivity. And it's really very exciting to see that Michigan will continue to be a leader. It must be recognized, our leadership, because when those supply chain disruptions hit almost a year ago, when we saw the PPE shortages in our hospitals, in our healthcare system for the individual American who was going to the grocery store looking for some hand sanitizer or a roll of paper towel. And yet it was the Michigan manufacturers who stood up immediately to rework their supply chains, to rework their production channels, to source that PPE from the big three, from the Ford, Chrysler, GM, on down the supply chain. And it was absolutely amazing, and it was union workers to boot. And then the great innovation of America, the story that will also be heralded and seen coming out of this pandemic, was the creation of a proven and tested vaccine that we invested in immediately. My colleagues and I will reflect on that the first thing we did as a body together, all of Congress, everyone who gets to stand in this body, voted to fund the research for the vaccine at the very beginning of March. And we got that vaccine, and it got produced in a place called Portage, Michigan. And as the year began to reach its conclusion, the trucks filled with that vaccine, and it started to get in the arms of the people who were counting on it. Absolutely miraculous. So unique to the place that I am privileged to call home. As we reflected in 2019, on the 50th anniversary of the moon landing, the question I would ask my colleagues is, what is our moonshot of the next 50 years? And we certainly met one in the year 2020, and yet we haven't stopped continuing to innovate. We haven't stopped continuing to keep our eyes on a future that we are inheriting and that our next generation is inheriting. I'm optimistic about this next generation. I'm optimistic about what they represent and my opportunity to engage and to listen to the students of America and to advocate for them from the halls of Congress. It is why I proudly sit on the Education and Labor Committee. President John Kennedy said, to govern is to choose. To govern is to choose, and we make those choices. See, I don't get to issue proclamations instead of voting. I take a vote. I come down, yes or no. Which way do we decide to come down as a nation? Are we going to agree as a people with one another every step of the way? Absolutely not. No union is perfect in that regard. But what makes and builds towards a more perfect union, as our founders compelled, and as we compel each other, is the constant dedication to doing the work, to standing up for people, to calling out truth and what is right. I certainly am not shy of doing that, Madam Speaker, and I know that was important for us at the beginning of the pandemic, to listen to the science, to recognize the threat and to take it seriously and also be resilient. And I see that resilience all around my district, Madam Speaker. And I continue to be compelled to the constituents of 11th District, to the falling COVID rates in Michigan. We continue to pay tribute and to recognize those who are suffering, those who are struggling from COVID-19, families who are separated from one another as an individual is getting their treatment. We hold them in our hearts. We think about them, and we remain dedicated to the prevention and the cure and the effort to end this pandemic. I am so excited to welcome President Joe Biden to the White House. We were here for his inauguration. We were here to hear his remarks, his invitation for unity, and unity by way of delivering. Unity by way of delivering for the American people. the Buy American provisions that will continue to invest in American manufacturers and using our federal dollars to identify new supply chain opportunities for us. I see this all over my district from Northville up to Troy and Auburn Hills, what people are working on and how we can help them to continue to do that. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time tonight, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to Section 5A 1B of House Resolution 8, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.